Good morning, Miss Wilson.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you, Miss Wilson, and welcome to the platform for this morning's soon to start markup.
Thank you
Your
very much.
audio and visual are good to go, Miss Wilson. Thank you. Mr. Takano, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Ms. McCann, good to see you as well. Good morning, Mr. McCann. Good to see you as well. Good morning, Ms. Jabal.
Morning.
Thank you. morning, Dr. Bowman.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good to see you, sir. Welcome to this morning's full committee markup, sir. Your audio and visual is good to go, sir.
Good morning. We're ready to begin the markup.
Recording in progress.
The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider H.R. 7309, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, and H.R. 7310, the Protecting America's Retirement Security Act. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled pursuant to Clause 2, Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 1, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Should the chair need to step away for any reason, another majority member of the committee is hereby authorized to assume the gavel in the chair's absence. This is a hybrid markup pursuant to House Resolution 8 and the regulations thereto. All microphones, both in the committee room and on the remote platform, will be muted to avoid unnecessary background noise. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they are recognized to speak or when they wish to seek recognition. When members wish to speak or seek recognition, they should unmute themselves and allow a pause of 2 seconds to ensure the microphone picks up their speech. I also ask that members please identify themselves before they speak. Members who are participating in person should not be logged in to the remote platform in order to avoid feedback, echoes, and distortion. Members participating remotely shall be considered present in the proceeding when they are visible on camera, and they shall be considered not present when they are not visible on camera. The only exception to this is if they are experiencing technical difficulties and inform the committee staff of such difficulty. However, members must be visible on camera to count towards the quorum and to vote, and the rules provide no exception to that. For all members, there needs to be a verbal vote so the clerk and the official reporter stenographer can hear it. A thumbs up or thumbs down without a verbal vote will not suffice. Further, all members, when participating in person or remotely, should state their name when casting a roll call vote. This helps the clerk and also helps those watching the platform and the live stream who may be experiencing a few seconds delay. If any member participating remotely experiences technical difficulties during the hearing, you should stay connected to the platform, make sure you're muted, and use your phone to immediately call the committee's IT director, whose number was provided in advance. Amendments must be submitted electronically to the amendment repository pursuant to the instructions in the notice of amendment process that was distributed to all committee offices by the clerk with the markup notice. Amendments must be submitted to the repository before they are offered at the markup. Members are encouraged to have an electronic device dedicated to reviewing amendments. Paper copies will not be distributed. In order to ensure that the committee's 5-minute rule is adhered to, staff will be keeping track of time using the committee's digital timer on the remote platform. For members participating in person, the timer will be broadcast in the committee room on the large television monitor at the back of the room across from the members as part of the platform gallery view and visible in its own thumbnail window. The committee room timer will not be in use. For members participating remotely, this will be visible in gallery view in its own thumbnail window on the remote platform. Members will be asked to wrap up promptly when their time has expired. Finally, while the recent guidance from the Office of Attending Physician has made mask wearing optional at this time, please know that we have in our midst, both on the member and staff levels, individuals who are immunocompromised and or have immediate family members who are immunocompromised, as well as those who are not vaccinated either due to medical reasons or because the vaccine is not available to children under the age of 5. Therefore, the committee strongly recommends that masks continue to be worn out of concern for the safety of unvaccinated and immunocompromised committee members and staff and their families. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. Today, the committee is marking up 2 bills to support America's workers, families, and businesses. The first bill, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, reauthorizes the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014. Since the authorization of WIOA, since the authorization of WIOA expired in 2020, we've had the opportunity to learn from the previous 6-year authorization. The guiding principle must be about better connecting more Americans to quality jobs. Underinvesting in workforce development allows other economies to outcompete us. While other developed countries spend 0.5 to 1% of their gross national product on workforce development, the United States only spends 0.1 of 1%. A nation's economy has a stake in how well we do our job here today. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022 remedies decades of underfunding so we can finally meet the needs of both workers and businesses. In FY 2023, this legislation will more than double the number of those receiving training services, according to an estimate by the National Association of Workforce Boards. However, the proposal goes further than just adequately funding WIOA. Specifically, this authorization combats recidivism by funding and making permanent a Department of Labor program to assist justice-involved individuals to obtain and sustain employment. It expands summer and year-round subsidized employment for disconnected youth, in addition to reauthorizing Youth Build. It codifies and expands sector-based training programs at the national and local level so that we can fund entire sectors, such as electric cars. It builds on community colleges' capacities to provide employment and training opportunities, leading to credentials in in-demand industries. The Biden-Harris administration is helping our economy recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and getting Americans back to work. We currently have record low unemployment and record job growth, yet job openings currently exceed applicants, and employers are clamoring for skilled workers. To remedy this, it is essential that we reauthorize WIOA and expand access to high-quality job training opportunities. I want to thank the chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Investment Subcommittee, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson, for leading 3 hearings on this legislation and championing workforce programs like Job Corps that support our nation's young adults. The second bill, the Protecting America's Retirement Secure Act, or PARSA, sponsored by the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, takes important steps to help Americans plan and save for a dignified retirement. We all agree that workers in this country deserve to retire with security. Regrettably, far too many older Americans are working later into their lives and still relying on their next paycheck to make ends meet. Roughly 55 million people nationwide still do not have access to retirement benefits through their employer. Just last week, the House overwhelmingly passed legislation that would make key improvements to our retirement system. Now the gentlelady from Georgia's bill provides us with an opportunity to build on that progress and continue to help workers, families, and employers. PARSA is comprised of legislation, including several bipartisan bills introduced by committee members and other House colleagues. Specifically, the bill incorporates a bipartisan bill introduced by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, and the gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow, to help 401k plan participants better understand the fees they're paying on their retirement investments. The bipartisan bill co-authored by the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, is intended to help Americans, particularly recent college graduates, boost their financial literacy skills. The gentlelady from North Carolina has introduced a bill that's incorporated to provide workers additional opportunities to be part of their employer-sponsored retirement plan and be able to reconsider their previous decision to opt out. Representative from Connecticut and the representative from Wisconsin, Mr. Courtney and Mr. Volcan, have introduced a bill that's incorporated in this legislation to boost employee ownership programs at the Department of Labor. And finally, the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, has a bill included that includes spousal protections in 401k plans. Finally, a bipartisan bill authored by our colleagues, the gentlelady from New Jersey and the gentleman from Arkansas, Ms. Watson-Coleman and Mr. Hill, to encourage emergency savings to help Americans finance unexpected expenses such as a flat tire or busted pipe. I want to thank Ms. McBath for her, as well as committee members, for their leadership on PARSA and for the individual bills comprising it. Taking together, the bills before us strengthen our nation's workforce and retirement systems and support our nation's economic recovery. I urge all of the members of the committee to support these bills. I'm now pleased to yield to the distinguished ranking member for the committee, gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee is considering two bills that are missed opportunities for bipartisanship. The first bill this committee is considering today is the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, H.R. 7309. It is a great disappointment to me that we were unable to reach a bipartisan agreement. I hope we can continue working together on this topic, however. Unfortunately, this bill before us today fails to empower workers to gain the skills they need for a successful career. However, it does spend a lot of hardworking taxpayer dollars that are unnecessary to spend. One of the biggest problems in H.R. 7309 is that it limits input from employers and expands the role of the federal government. Specifically, it increases the size of state and local workforce boards in order to expand labor representation, decreasing the influence of employers and reducing the board's focus on the needs of workers. Job creators know best what skills workers need to be successful, yet Democrats continue to undermine the importance of employers. Additionally, this bill would allow federal bureaucrats to define job quality measures for on-the-job programs, which will take power out of the hands of employers. This is another Washington knows best policy that will end up hurting job creators and workers. Mandating job quality measures for on-the-job learning programs will give federal bureaucrats, not workers, the power to judge worthwhile employment. H.R. 7309 fails to protect taxpayers at a time of rampant inflation. This bill significantly increases authorization levels above current appropriations, opens WIOA programs up to potential fraud and abuse of taxpayer dollars, and expands supportive services, which risks turning the workforce system into a welfare program. It also fails to ensure that the workforce system is actually upskilling workers. Barely 1/3 of participants in adult and dislocated worker programs exited WIOA in 2020 with employment connected to the skills education they received, despite pouring nearly $2 billion in taxpayer funds into services for these job seekers that year. Again, only 1/3 came out of a program with skills related to the jobs. This bill does not take adequate steps to put these dollars to better use and ensure that more individuals are obtaining the skills they need to prepare for in-demand jobs. The bill also pursues a radical progressive agenda. H.R. 7309 promotes progressive gender ideology and critical race theory by, among other things, requiring states to develop and publish state equity reports regarding performance outcomes on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The bill embraces the failed status quo rather than pursuing opportunities for innovation. This bill overemphasizes the burdensome registered apprenticeship program. This Great Depression-era system has long needed serious reform. In fiscal year 2020, only 82,000 workers completed the registered system. We have 11 million jobs open in this country right now. This comes nowhere close to meeting our economy's workforce needs. Knowing this stat, Democrats still want to double down on this system rather than allowing for other effective work-based learning models. This legislation also expands Job Corps eligibility while weakening expectations for Job Corps success. This is a program in which 30 different government reports and audits have raised concerns over its safety, security, and performance. Students have literally died in this program, and the majority wants to make it less accountable. Further, adding prevailing wage rates to WIOA will significantly increase the cost of delivering services to students on the job in the Job Corps program, which is already extremely costly. Prevailing wage rates are notoriously inaccurate. Yes, Democrats continue to insist on using them to the detriment of workers and employers alike. The second bill this committee is considering is H.R. 7310, the so-called Protecting Retirement Security Act, and it is the kind of haphazard legislation we get when Democrats go it alone. This committee has a long history of working on bipartisan legislation to strengthen our retirement system. In fact, just last week, this committee had a major bipartisan success when the House passed the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2021, H.R. 2954, which included the RISE Act, by a vote of 414 to 5. I was proud to lead the RISE Act with Chairman Scott, and this was a major win for American workers and retirees. We should focus on enacting the comprehensive bipartisan RISE Act and H.R. 2954, not the partisan legislation before us today. Yet Democrats are pushing H.R. 7310, which will harm workers, retirees, and taxpayers. Specifically, it will make it more difficult for workers and retirees to access their savings during emergencies and hardships. Americans shouldn't have to jump through complex hoops just to access their own money during an emergency. Even Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee Chair Patty Murray has identified the need for more information on the Democrats' spousal consent provisions. Also concerning is the fact that this legislation would expand the role of the federal government in retirement planning. Again, always expanding the role of the federal government. H.R. 7310 establishes new grant programs directing taxpayer dollars to specific types of retirement plan programs over others. But the bill text is ambiguous, leaving open to interpretation what types of organizations may receive these taxpayer funds. The automatic re-enrollment provisions in H.R. 7310 is a wrong-headed, government-knows-best approach. The Securing a Strong Retirement Act already includes a provision requiring new retirement plans to enroll employees into the plan automatically. But the Democrats' bill would automatically re-enroll participants who've already made the proactive decision to opt out. This will create unnecessary confusion and complications for America's workforce and job creators. Our committee has proven that we can work together and come up with comprehensive and effective bipartisan legislation. Last week's major success on the House floor was proof of that. Unfortunately, these bills missed the mark, and for that reason, I cannot support them. I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. House rules require that a copy of the measures be made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. This was done and distributed to all committee offices by the clerk. H.R. 7309, WIOA, first reading. Committee will now proceed with the consideration of the bill, H.R. 7309, for amendment. The clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 7309 to reauthorize the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And second reading, without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones, have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, marked.
Clerk will designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7309, offered by Mr. Jones of New York. Strike.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open to amendment at any point. The amendment in the nature of a substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentleman from New York for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment in the nature of a substitute includes the following changes to H.R. 7309, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, introduced by you, Mr. Chairman. It clarifies that proprietary schools are not excluded from the eligible training provider list, but rather that they are precluded from membership on state and local boards and from operating one-stop centers. It adds digital literacy to the list of permissible program elements for youth services. It adds assistive technology as an allowable use of funds to accommodate those with disabilities. It adds age-sensitive training as a category of professional development training for staff of one-stop centers. It adds institution of higher education to the list of eligible entities for workforce innovation funds. It increases the authorization under the Rehabilitation Act for employment services for individuals with the most significant disabilities, and for the Architectural and Transportation Barriers Compliance Board. And it makes other typographical and technical adjustments. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is the backbone of our public workforce development system. WIOA programs contribute to the training and career advancement of over 100,000 adults and young people each year, equipping them with the skills they need for employment in our modern economy. WIOA programs are essential, but inflation-adjusted funding has declined by roughly 45% since 2002, meaning that vital workforce development services are often unavailable to the people who need them most. This reauthorization addresses this erosion in funding, and it increases formula funding by 10% each year to prevent funding erosion moving forward. This legislation reflects extensive and bipartisan fact funding, including an expert roundtable and 3 hearings devoted to the impacts of WIOA on young people, justice-involved individuals, and dislocated workers. The bill reflects the recommendations of the Biden administration, engagement with the Departments of Labor and Education, rigorous analysis of WIOA data, the valued input from workforce development experts, and extensive consultations with our colleagues in the minority. The resulting bill fully funds WIOA for 6 years, meaning WIOA programs will be able to train 1 million workers and job seekers annually by the year 2028. According to the National Association of Workforce Boards, this new funding will double the number of individuals who can receive training in the first year alone. This reauthorization applies the lessons we have learned from decades of program administration to enhance the impact programs have on the lives and the careers of participants and on our economy at large. It significantly expands industry and sector partnerships to better meet the needs of both employers and job seekers. It codifies an existing Department of Labor program that establishes partnerships between employers and community colleges to provide high-quality jobs training. And it strengthens the quality of the jobs core program. This bill authorizes summer and year-round jobs programs for youth. These programs will help young people living below the poverty line, young people with disabilities, and juvenile justice-involved youth further their education and advance their career prospects. Importantly, the bill establishes a permanent Department of Labor program to help individuals released from incarceration transition back to the workforce through sustainable career pathways. 600,000 individuals are released from incarceration every year. We must address the urgent challenges of connecting these individuals with meaningful employment and reducing recidivism. Stable employment helps people live with dignity, provide for their families, contribute to society, and ultimately stay out of prison. I am so proud to have worked with the chairman to ensure the inclusion of this provision. Finally, if we are to have an economy that works for everyone, we have to invest in careers for those most likely to be left behind. I urge a yes vote on this amendment in the nature of the substitute and a yes vote on the critical legislation before us. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members that wish to be recognized in further discussion of the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. H.R. 7310, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, is inadequate to the task of reforming our workforce system. And this Democrat amendment does not move the needle far enough to update our country's dated workforce development system. Provisions in this legislation threaten to impose unmanageable administrative and financial burdens on workforce development programs, which would undermine the independence of workers and employers. For example, Job Corps contractors would be forced to comply with the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act, which would require employers to pay prevailing wages for the first time ever. Prevailing wages are outdated and determined with the use of inaccurate survey data. These wages might seem appealing in the short run, but would hinder the hiring of unskilled or low-skilled, inexperienced individuals, especially youth, limit further future opportunities, kill future jobs, and increase costs to taxpayers. H.R. 7309 also pushes the left's radical progressive agenda into workforce development programs. For example, this bill would mandate that states produce state equity reports that include performance statistics on race, gender equity, and sexual orientation. This bill would live up to its name and focus on improving This bill should live up to its name and focus on improving access to the workforce. Further, this legislation would also empower Washington bureaucrats to determine job quality measures. This robs workers of the freedom to choose the best employment opportunity for them and robs job creators of the right to determine how best to attract talent to their businesses and industries. This is more Washington knows best nonsense, often made up by people who have little or no experience running a business. We must resist the attempt of Democrats to impose ever more centralized control over our economy and our lives. Additionally, Democrats included language that makes it possible for WIOA Title I funds to be used on abortions if Democrats got their wish to remove the Hyde Amendment. I failed to see how funding abortions with taxpayer dollars improves the American workforce. This program will be stronger if it sticks to its primary purpose, workforce development. H.R. 7309 significantly increases authorization levels above current appropriations, which doubles down on the reckless spending fueling our nation's 40-year high inflation rate with continually rising costs. Ultimately, this bill is about progressive activism, not workforce development. WIOA is meant to promote access to the workforce and improve Americans' opportunities for success. But H.R. 7310 encourages progressive indoctrination and federal intrusion into the job market. We need a bill that will prepare the next generation of American workers. This bill fails to do that. Mr. Chair, I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I speak in support of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, a needed investment in our nation's workforce and in the economic potential of my district, Pennsylvania's 7th, covering the greater Lehigh Valley. Mr. Chairman, may I ask that everybody mute? I'm hearing a lot of feedback noise. Across my district, and workers are excited about the good paying jobs that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will bring to our community. Our work today follows that landmark law and is an important piece of our puzzle to train the workers we need to build the infrastructure of a 21st century economy. I am particularly proud of the work this bill does to reach more prospective trainees and help them succeed in their program. We are still seeing the effects of the pandemic on our workforce participation, and workers may face many obstacles: transportation, quality internet, childcare, to training and gaining skills, and to then putting them to use. This bill helps address those needs by making supportive services a required local activity to ensure access to such services, and also expands the definition of supportive services to include mental health treatment, substance use disorder treatment, internet access, and assistive technology. We're also fully authorizing industry and sector partnerships and community college and industry partnerships, two key programs that can tap into and leverage local knowledge, networks, and skills to support local workforce development goals and needs. The bill takes steps to protect taxpayers' investment in workforce development by elevating evidence in the program. It defines evidence-based and directs states and localities to implement evidence-based solutions to address their workforce needs. I applaud the creation of the Workforce Development Innovation Fund that will grow states' capacities to innovate and develop new evidence-based solutions to our workforce needs. Like the Social Innovation Fund operated by the Corporation for National and Community Service, this innovation fund will help thought leaders and policymakers in communities around the country create the next solutions to our economic challenges. Lastly, we know it is not good enough to simply create jobs. We want to create good jobs that can support a family and their American dream. I want to draw attention to this bill's focus on prioritizing good jobs metrics and ensuring that states focus on job quality with competitive pay, safety, and benefits. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this vision for workforce development, quality job creation, and economic growth with this bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate the recognition. As we all know, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, or WIOA, is the nation's primary assistance for unemployed and underemployed workers. Through its 5 titles, WIOA authorizes programs to provide job search, education, and training activities for individuals seeking to gain or improve their employment prospects through a one-stop shop model. Supports educational services primarily through grants to states to help adults become literate in English and develop other basic skills necessary for employment and post-secondary education. Provides assistance for vocational rehabilitation services for individuals with disabilities, and quite frankly, much more. However, additional reforms are needed to respond to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and to continue modernizing the workforce development system for the 21st century economy. Unfortunately, the majority's proposed reauthorization lacks this innovation, lacks these necessary reforms to help America's workers. We only do this, reauthorize this bill, hopefully once every 5 years. Sometimes it takes a little longer. So what we do today has impacts not just for 2022, but through 2027 and beyond. And that's why we have to get it right. And sadly, the proposal put forth by the majority party just hasn't satisfied that metric yet. Specifically, their bill bypasses a bipartisan opportunity to reauthorize our nation's workforce development system. We've always done this in a bipartisan manner. It expands federal control over the workforce by mandating job quality measures for on-the-job learning programs, which will give federal bureaucrats, who are not accountable to anyone, not employers, the power to judge job performance. It embraces the failed status quo rather than pursuing opportunities for innovation. The Republican substitute, which we'll be hearing about soon, on the other hand, would modernize the program to make sure it is employer-driven, which will help America's economy become stronger for decades to come. That bill puts, the Republican substitute will put taxpayer dollars to work where they are needed most, helping job seekers get the skills they need to close the skills gap and get back to work. I was also pleased to see provisions I advocated for included in the Republican substitute, and these specifically include amending Title II of WIOA to allow funding to be used for providing guidance on career options in high-skilled, high-demand jobs, and allowing Title II funds to be used to raise public awareness on career and technical education programs so that entities and individuals are made aware of these great opportunities. Mr. Chairman, we had an opportunity to work together on WIOA, but unfortunately my colleagues in the majority are more concerned about maintaining the status quo or placating favored stakeholders. What American workers and employers need is a workforce system that prioritizes them over special interests. And the Republican alternative, I believe, will do that. I urge my colleagues to when they hear and the substitute amendment is offered, to certainly support that, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm thankful to see that this committee is moving forward with the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, otherwise referred to as WIOA. 2 years have passed since WIOA expired, and this long overdue reauthorization is critical in securing crucial funding for workforce training programs. The unfortunate reality is that WIOA has been chronically underfunded for decades. The unfortunate arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic presented the American workforce with unprecedented challenges. These unique challenges only exacerbated existing inequities within the workforce system. In order to come back from this pandemic and to create a successful workforce, we must continuously support both lifelong learning and retraining. We have seen the labor market change in tremendous ways, and we need to help Americans get back to work. Countless workers have either been unemployed or underemployed. This reauthorization significantly increases investment in workforce development. It enhances equity. It enhances job quality. It also expands youth programs and authorizes industry and sector partnerships. Specifically on the equity portion, it is critical for this reauthorization to break down long-standing barriers and promote the critical advancement of those who've lacked access to mobility. And we must ensure that we are preparing our workforce to meet the demands of the future. The demands of the future require our workforce system to proactively support workers and the communities in which they live. We are also finally taking the necessary measures to authorize $74 billion and will adequately strengthen our nation's workforce. We must ensure that all of our workers and employers are ready for the future. And I'm proud this committee has taken strides to promote a prosperous employment environment that grants every American an opportunity to succeed. And as we work to authorize WIOA, we must also ensure the future of work guarantees an adequate amount of economic opportunity for all. I'm disappointed, finally, in my final comment, that the ranking member and other members of the minority have taken pot shots at the equity language that we have for persons, references to sexual orientation and gender identity. There's nothing in this bill which is inconsistent with the 6-3 decision of the Supreme Court in 2020, which redefined, or actually defined, not redefined, but said that the word sex has to include discrimination with regard to gender identity and sexual orientation, that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity was definitely discrimination on the basis of sex, which is the language in our civil rights laws. So this is not about progressivism. I mean, it is progressive, but it's not about progressivism alone. This is dicta coming from a court on a 6-3 basis, written by also 2 conservative judges. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup to discuss such an important bill and for the opportunity to speak about why we must reauthorize this program as soon as possible. We all know the impact that this pandemic has had in each of our communities. As the virus surged in the towns and communities across this country, it's had an extraordinary impact on the health and economic well-being of everyday workers. And this bill gives us an opportunity to help improve their lives. Current estimates say that this pandemic will force over 17 million Americans to find new jobs, many of which will be in new fields and will require new credentials and skills. This includes workers who need to find new jobs because of lost employment, as well as workers who discovered during the pandemic that they wanted to find new careers. To meet the needs of American workers, we need to make significant investments in workforce development. Since its initial passage, WIOA has been the backbone of workforce development in our country and has helped provide technical and career services to help working people across the country get the skills they need to work, while also helping employers secure a qualified workforce. Simply put, this program helps employers train qualified workers to meet the demands of their community. It's something we should all be prioritizing, given the overwhelming need for highly skilled workers in today's economy. In my district of Monroe County, Rochester, New York, there were approximately 21,500 open jobs at the end of January this year. However, there were only 15,000 unemployed individuals who are available to fill these jobs, and most of them are not being hired due to not having the proper skill set. We also have 125,000 individuals who are not in the labor force across all age groups. However, with the investment in workforce development that we're proposing today, we would be able to ensure that these individuals are prepared to take on those job openings. I can also tell you that this program is working. Throughout this pandemic, I've had multiple conversations with Rochester Works, the local workforce development board, that has used this program to provide educational and training services to people and connect them with secure, long-term employment that has brought considerable economic value to my community. As a result of WIOA funds, they have been able to engage workers and, based on their goals and skill level, help them access career pathways in a variety of professions. These funds have leveled the playing field and have provided employment opportunities for people that may not have had those opportunities without them. One of the training programs they have developed because of these funds is the free 5 Steps to Rapid Employment program. In this program, which is available and free to participants, they learn how to develop their market value, showcase the results they can produce for employers, develop self-marketing skills, and take control of their careers. This process-driven program has helped job seekers find work in less than 1/3 the time than the national average. WIOA funds have been allowed to use our local workforce development board to remove barriers to employment for 18 to 24-year-olds, particularly those living in areas with a high concentration of poverty. The Youth Navigator model, funded by WIOA, allows the board to work with several community-based providers to provide hands-on approach to getting young people ready for a career. And because of WIOA funds, they are able to provide supportive services such as transportation, childcare, clothing, and legal services that are vital in mitigating barriers to employment. Fact is, these programs are working by making it easier for people to develop the skills they need to meet the employment demands of today. Given the current state of our economy, I'm glad that we're making this long overdue investment in our nation's workforce, which will help to grow our economy and expand access to high quality job training and other critical services. I'm proud to vote for this critically important bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman and the staff for their hard work on the WIOA Act, including my bill, the Supportive Services Enhancement Act, to increase access to high-quality wraparound services for American workers. It has been far too long since Congress has made bold and innovative investment in our workforce development system. This pandemic has exposed the historic inequities and deficiencies in both our economy and labor market. And so there is no better time than now to address these issues. As we begin to reimagine an inclusive and resilient post-COVID economy, we must enact policies that will not only strengthen the development of our labor force, but also meet the financial needs of working families. Enhancing wraparound services like nutrition assistance, housing, and childcare will be integral in helping working class people fully engage and participate in the modern economy. Without guaranteeing stable access to wraparound services, many people might be left out of important educational and vocational opportunities. All of this funding for job training and counseling would be fertile if we don't give people the tools and resources they need to support and secure their future careers. That is why I'm proud to introduce my bill and reflect the workforce priorities of my district and many other areas like mine, where community members continue to face systematic barriers to employment and higher education. Specifically, my bill would expand this list of services to include mental health treatment, substance use treatment, and internet access. It would also make the delivery of supportive services a required local activity to make sure every participant has access to high quality support services. Strengthening supportive services will help workers, employers, and communities build sustainable and vibrant local economies where no one will be forced to sacrifice their aspirations in order to make sure there is food on the table because the rent is due. If we want to have a competitive and dynamic workforce for the 21st century, then we must directly invest in the American people by first supporting their financial livelihoods. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking time to take up this critical piece of legislation. The pandemic forced the world to shut down, and many folks lost their jobs, plunging them into poverty and desperation. After more than 2 years of instability, Congress must ensure that all Americans have the resources to access the job market, especially those typically left behind, the chronically left behind. A group often overlooked are the formerly incarcerated, Mr. Chairman, disproportionately men of color, who find the stigma of a conviction and causing difficulties finding and maintaining employment. Employment is one of the best predictors for successful re-entry into the community. Investing in successful re-entry outcomes leads to safer communities, stronger families, fewer victims of crime, and a more dynamic national economy. Studies have time after time shown that individuals that obtain employment may reduce their recidivism risk by as high as 68.5%. This is why I'm proud that my bill expanding re-entry employment assistance was included in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022. This crucial piece of legislation will help justice-involved youth and adults gain access to employment opportunities and build skills attainment by codifying the Department of Labor Reentry Employment Opportunities Program. The program, Mr. Chairman, authorizes a competitive grant for eligible entities to provide high school diploma or equivalency assistance, career counseling and training services, mental health and substance abuse disorder treatment, and locating transitional jobs for individuals. Each year, 600,000 individuals are released from incarceration, and nearly half of them have repeat contact with the criminal justice system. Mr. Chairman, there is a critical need to invest in this reentry programs. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022 does just that by guaranteeing that the Department of Labor's Reentry Employment Opportunity Program is authorized at $500 billion by 2028. This investment will not only expand reentry employment assistance for adults, but also prevent in-school youth from dropping out of school, increase the employment rate of our out-of-school youth, and reduce the involvement of youth in crime and violence altogether. Programs carried out through the Reentry Employment Grant Program recognize that youth can and will lead healthy and constructive lives if given the opportunity to grow instead of being presumed irredeemable and segregated from their communities. This is so critical for the future of our community, especially as we work to improve the safety of neighborhoods through economic opportunities for our constituents. That starts with our youth and including our at-risk youth. As you may know, youth are involved with or at risk of being involved with juvenile justice systems and have co-occurring life difficulties or disabilities that lead them to cross paths with the justice system at a particular moment that has significant impacts on their emotional, mental, physical, and behavioral well-being. Through the Reentry Employment and Opportunity Program, we can reverse course for these youth through evidence, community-based programming, case management, and support. These resources can mean the difference between a revolving door of prison time or a life full of opportunities. Quite simply, Mr. Chairman, people deserve a second chance. And with the tremendous opportunities coming down the pipeline with the passage of the Infrastructure Jobs Act, we must act swiftly to train our workforce. For these reasons and others, significant provisions of this bill, such as building community college capacity and strengthening industry and sector partnership, I urge my colleagues to support the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Florida, the chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Investment Subcommittee, that's worked so hard on this legislation, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As chair of the Higher Education and Workforce Investment Subcommittee, I am so proud that today our committee will advance a timely and much needed reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. WIOA, as it is called, is the bedrock of our nation's workforce development system. It supports workers who have been forced out of their jobs, helps low-income youth access opportunities and pathways to further their education or training, and helps those impacted by the criminal justice system re-enter their communities and obtain rewarding communities. Last year, I chaired 3 hearings, 3 on the life-changing impacts of WIOA programs, and I'm so proud to join Chairman Scott in introducing legislation, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022 as sponsors. I'm also proud that this legislation and the ANS include much of my Strengthening Job Corps Act, which will improve and modernize the federal program by charging operators with implementing a behavioral management plan and integrate positive behavioral interventions.
removing the cap on Job Corps enrollees who are between the ages of 22 and 24, streamlining the eligibility determination process for youth who may lack access to required documentation, and ensuring that employees and service providers are covered under the Service Contract Act. The ANS also narrows the current overly punitive definition of zero tolerance to instances of violence or illegal activity that occur on a Job Corps campus. This is important because currently 91% of Job Corps expulsions occur due to a positive marijuana test, even though recreational marijuana use is either legal or has been decriminalized in nearly half of all states. And we must not lose sight of the fact that on average, youth are actually safer on a Job Corps campus than on college campuses or in their communities. I want to thank the chairman and his staff for working closely with my office on crafting the updated zero tolerance language, which will help ensure that young people are not expelled for alcohol abuse, minor drug offenses, and other infractions that should be met with more reasonable and helpful positive behavioral interventions. Remember, this is all about prevention. And while I strongly support this provision, which takes an important step in the right direction, I also look forward to continuing to work with the chairman and members of the committee to ultimately replace the zero tolerance framework with evidence-based alternatives that are more effective in creating a healthy and safe learning environment for all youth. I'm also proud of the investment the ANS and the underlying bill made in the Job Corps programs, which has been underfunded relative to its reauthorization level by at least $129 million for each of the past 5 years. This legislation will authorize nearly $12 billion with a B in funding for Job Corps through fiscal year 2028 to ensure that campuses can carry out high quality programs for their youth. Overall, this reauthorization fully funds WIOA programs to the same tune of $74 billion with a B over 6 years, which will allow the workforce system to serve 1 million workers per year by 2028. Now more than ever, a robust workforce development system will be critical on ensuring that all Americans can access high quality employment opportunities. The pandemic has forced millions of workers into unemployment or underemployment. Today, our committee takes an important step towards tackling this challenge and funding innovative programs that have proven effective at helping Americans join and remain in the workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this ban, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, for hosting this markup about this critically important topic. The Bipartisan Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act has helped millions of Americans, these workers, obtain the skills and training so necessary to succeed in today's economy. Workers and businesses in my district, in Georgia's 6th congressional district, and around the country, they're relying on WIOA to ensure that they have access to the highest quality workforce in the world. And we must do all that we can to protect and expand upon these essential job training programs. As we all know, community colleges and technical schools are vital components of a strong workforce pipeline. Often they are the only option that is viable and available to low-income and non-traditional learners who are hoping to better themselves and their families through hard work and education. I'm very proud that this reauthorization package includes my bill, which is the Training, Retention, and Investment Now for a Better America Act, which would actually assist community colleges and technical schools in connecting recent and upcoming graduates with employees that are seeking skilled workers. Specifically, it would codify and expand the Department of Labor's Strengthening Community Colleges Training Grant Program. It's a program that aims to increase community college and technical schools' capacity to provide employment and training programs that lead to degrees and certifications for in-demand occupations. My bill will provide the funding for institutions like Gwinnett and Atlanta Technical College in my district to fill the need for workers with specific knowledge and to fill these specific pools and help connect their graduates with the employers in that specific area. Job training and workforce development unquestionably benefits all of our districts, regardless of our parties. So I encourage my Republican and Democratic colleagues to support the underlying bill and vote in favor of the amendment in the nature of the substitute. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Oregon, the chair of the Civil Rights and Human Resources Subcommittee, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word to speak in support of the amendment in the nature of the substitute to the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act provides the structure for our nation's federal workforce system. Through WIOA, states receive resources that support locally driven efforts to educate, train, and employ job seekers. But unfortunately, in the last 2 decades, funding for WIOA's adult dislocated and youth formula programs has declined by 45%. And currently, the public workforce system serves only 30% of those who are eligible. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of investing in workforce funding, especially for those who suffered most significantly from the economic downturn, including workers of color, women, and low-wage workers. Though Black and Hispanic women account for less than 1/3 of all women in the workforce, they experienced a 46% total decrease among women in the workforce between February of 2020 and 2021. During that same period, unemployment among low-wage workers was nearly twice that of middle-wage workers. Investing in workers has always been important, but as we emerge from the pandemic, the need is even more critical. Enhancing the public workforce system is an important way to uplift workers, and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act improves the existing statute in several critical ways. I'm particularly excited to see that this legislation formally authorizes industry and sector partnerships, expands funding for supportive services, strengthens pre-apprenticeships, enhances Job Corps, and includes provisions on digital literacy, especially in rural areas. In Oregon, I've seen firsthand the benefits of sector partnerships. The Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center, OMIC, it develops and applies advanced metals manufacturing technologies in their R&D center while educating an advanced manufacturing workforce in their training center, which is run by Portland Community College. OMIC's innovative vision helps meet the region's advanced manufacturing needs and creates economic mobility for area residents. OMIC is an outstanding example of how sector partnerships between industry, higher education, and government can create new R&D outcomes, prepare workers, and fuel local economies. Providing workers with opportunities to secure training, skills building, and employment is one piece of the puzzle, but we must also recognize the importance of helping workers complete their program and succeed in good-paying jobs. So supportive services like access to tools, work attire, transportation, childcare services, and mentorship are crucial aspects of helping workers stay and thrive in the workforce. I've spoken with many individuals who are excited to enroll in workforce training programs but struggle to afford books, equipment, transportation, and childcare. When local workforce development boards invest in supportive services, as this legislation provides, workers will be better prepared for long-term success. In Oregon, we have tremendous programs like Oregon Tradeswomen that prepare women for careers in the trades through pre-apprenticeships. Despite the success of this program and others, funding has been extremely low. By defining and authorizing funding for pre-apprenticeships, this legislation will help expand these life-changing programs and set participants up for success in apprenticeships and beyond. And Mr. Chairman, additionally, I represent one residential Job Corps center and one satellite Job Corps center in Northwest Oregon. I have seen firsthand how these centers address the needs of young people who have not been successful in traditional educational settings. As a longtime supporter of Job Corps, I appreciate that this bill requires Job Corps Center operators to implement a tiered disciplinary system instead of adhering to a zero-tolerance drug policy. This bill also expands the definition of individuals with barriers to employment to include historically disadvantaged communities. These changes will make Job Corps more inclusive and will modernize the public workforce system so it can meet the needs of all communities. I want to thank the chairman and the chair of the subcommittee for continuing to bring forward legislation that underscores equity and addresses the needs of working Americans. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to talk a few moments about a piece of the WIOA authorization that talks about diversifying paths to Apprenticeship Act, a piece that I've been working on for some time. I'm glad to see that it has been included as part of the WIOA authorization, but very quickly, just want to explain why this is important. The bill ensures that adult students enrolled in WIOA-funded adult education programs like English as a second language, literacy programs, get information about registered programs, registered apprenticeship programs. The idea of bringing up your skill sets, we all agree to, is not controversial, but then what do you do with that? And the idea is to make sure that apprenticeships is part of the equation. You know my story. I went to the other four-year school. That was an apprenticeship. And today we can see our workforce is in dire need of these. So we want to make sure that states and certainly federal government give those who are attending these adult education programs the technical assistance on how to make it to the registered apprentice. So it makes sense to include that just as a roadmap. You bring your literacy or English as a second language up to speed, and then you want a career, a job. And there is no better way to do that than through registered apprenticeship programs. And I urge everyone to reauthorize WIOA. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
As I've met with the owners of small businesses, the backbone of our towns in North Jersey, in my district over the past year, one thing that they have constantly highlighted to me is their struggle to fill open positions with skilled employees. This labor shortage has impacted their ability to fully reopen their businesses, recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and has led to shortages in our supply chains and rising prices as key sectors have been unable to find the workers that they need. One of the reasons that this WIOA reauthorization bill is so important is because it gives participants in our economy the tools they need to finally address this shortage and equip workers with the skills that they need to help fill the millions of open positions nationwide through expanded job training programs, more registered apprenticeship programs, and greater partnerships between our community college system and employers, to name just a few. Key to this effort is a new program that I've been working on since last summer, the Workforce Development Innovation Fund. I work with numerous job training programs as I helped to start New Jersey's first federal prisoner reentry program. Some of the programs led to gainful, fulfilling employment, and some were training people who didn't have access to smartphones to be IT techs, which for many was a waste of time and effort as they were working hard to gain employment. That's why this unique new program, based on my Expanding Pathways to Employment Act and Supporting Jobs Through Evidence and Innovation Act, will ensure that workforce training programs backed by strong evidence and proven to increase employment and wages for their participants receive federal funding to be scaled up and replicated nationwide. Many of these programs already operate across the country and have been rigorously studied, with those evaluations finding long-lasting income gains of 20 to 30%. They provide a significant return on investment to taxpayers and pay back the funding they receive through increased tax revenue from and reduced safety net spending on their participants. But for too many of these programs, federal funding is simply not available, and they instead rely on short-term resources from local governments and private foundations. As a result, it is difficult to scale them up to serve more Americans hurting the potential incomes of thousands of workers and making it more difficult for our businesses to find the workers that they need. This Innovation Fund will change this by finally providing long-term funding commitments to the programs that we know work, and will also provide early-stage funding to those initiatives that have shown promise in their programs. It will also fund rigorous evaluations of these programs to provide a knowledge base of what works in the workforce development field. Alongside key investments in evidence-based policy and workforce programs, another critical element of our workforce system must be organized labor. Unions were the backbone of America's middle class last century and were critical to raising wages for tens of millions of working families. They also played a crucial role in helping Americans access high-quality training programs and apprenticeships, making this nation's workforce the envy of the world. But over the past several decades, union memberships have declined, and with it has fallen workers' access to effective job training programs that can prepare them for high-skill, well-paying jobs. That's why this legislation is so important, because it includes key provisions to increase the representation and involvement of our labor institutions in the workforce system. Based on my Expanding Labor Representation in the Workforce System Act, these provisions will increase labor's participation on state and local workforce boards from 20% to 30%, and will finally define labor organization to ensure that representation and funding will go to those organizations that improve wages and working conditions for their members. The bill will also help to expand eligibility for the registered apprenticeship system on top of the 1 million new positions created through the America Competes Act, which is a key element of our mission to create millions of high-quality, good-paying jobs in America. By focusing on accountable, evidence-based programs in cooperation with our labor movement and business communities, we have the opportunity to improve wages for millions of families and help businesses fill thousands of open positions. We should take that opportunity and pass this critical legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last two.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many workers today are having difficulty finding on-ramps into secure jobs with high wages and good benefits. Many have lost their jobs during the pandemic and are starting careers from scratch. Others are graduating high school and entering a job market in which a diploma is no longer enough to get a call back. Whatever the reasons, workforce training programs are in extremely high demand. According to the Seattle King County Workforce Development Board, 80% of workforce training programs have seen an increase in demand in the past 2 years. A historic investment in tomorrow's workforce, this bill will open countless doors to people looking for high-quality jobs. This bill will dramatically increase funding to essential programs like dislocated worker training, Job Corps, and youth jobs programs. It goes further by raising labor standards for these programs, encouraging states to hold the employers benefiting from this federal investment to high job quality standards. And it lowers key barriers to accessing job training by expanding supportive services like childcare, transportation, and housing assistance. All of these services are indispensable in my district, where 95% of workforce programs serve people in need of additional support. Childcare is a significant barrier to workforce participation, especially in Washington State, where the average household spends 14% of their income on childcare. In Seattle, childcare costs about $2,400 per month per child. Providing childcare assistance, as this bill encourages, goes a long way to making training more accessible to families. In addition to all these historic strides towards a robust workforce system, this bill addresses a long-standing challenge, ensuring that everyone has the knowledge of and access to these life-changing programs, regardless of gender and whether they're Black, white, or brown. Indeed, the current workforce system may be perpetuating existing disparities. According to the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies, Black WIOA participants who complete the program and find jobs earn 78% of the earnings of their white counterparts, about equal to the disparity in earnings among Black and white workers in the United States overall. Another study found that Black WIOA participants are systemically channeled into lower paying occupations, perpetuating occupational segregation and economic inequality. In 2017, 92.7% of these Those completing registered apprenticeships were men, and only 7.3% were women. The workforce development system should not be perpetuating gender and racial inequities. It should be breaking down barriers for all workers. This bill takes important steps towards correcting these injustices and expanding opportunity for everyone. Firstly, HR 7309 increases opportunities to women and people of color and other marginalized groups by recognizing historical discrimination as a barrier to employment. Second, it helps identify, measure, and address inequality by requiring states to report outcomes by race, gender, national origin, sexual orientation, and other demographic factors. These state equity reports will help states, the federal government, and the general public better understand any disparities that may exist and lay the foundation for efforts to address them. Third, it requires state and local workforce boards to more closely reflect the demographics of the populations they serve, making them more effective and deliberative. Having diverse voices at the table, representing a broader range of experiences and perspectives, has been shown to make businesses more effective at decision-making, and I believe this will do the same for our workforce boards. Moreover, a more representative board will be better able to identify local challenges and support them. These provisions are just the first steps towards a more equitable workforce system, but they are critical. Combined with the historic increase in funding and the broad vision that it holds for the future of our workforce, this bill lifts up working families everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Wilson, for your tireless work developing this landmark investment in workers across the country. I am proud to co-sponsor the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2022 and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this ANS. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm thrilled to be marking up a 6-year WIOA reauthorization today, which is long overdue and will directly address the increased need for worker support as our economy continues to recover. We have learned how vulnerable so many in this country are when businesses are shuttered. We also saw that the chronic lack of support for workforce development exacerbated the COVID-19 crisis, pushing already vulnerable groups to the breaking point and thwarting workers from regaining employment as the pandemic raged on. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act is the bedrock of support for national workforce development efforts, especially for students, dislocated workers, and underserved communities. Yet these programs have seen funding fall by 2/3 over the last 4 decades. One group disproportionately impacted by this lack of support were young people who did not complete their high school education. In high-needs schools and high-needs communities, students with untapped potential are still tragically getting left behind. After the onset of COVID-19, the data indicated that dropout rates rose. The unemployment rates for Opportunity Youth has also nearly doubled between 2019 and 2020. The importance of bolstering programs that reach this vulnerable population cannot be understated. A 2017 study from the National Education Association showed that there are common through lines for students who drop out of high school. Many are lower income, many are students of color, but the most prominent commonality is having an unaddressed academic challenge and feeling abandoned by the institutions or community tasked with helping these young learners. I can tell you, having a career of 15 years in an urban public high school, that there is so much promise in their potential, and it is up to us to make sure that we foster that and give them the tools that are necessary. No student should ever feel abandoned in this way. Youth Build is one critical program that is specifically developed to help students train for high-wage, stable careers, gain confidence in their ability to be conscientious and productive citizens, and contribute to their communities. I am thrilled that my bill, the Youth Build for Futures Act, is included in this reauthorization. This bill makes a variety of crucial improvements to Youth Build, a community-based apprenticeship program which provides job training and educational opportunities for at-risk youth who are not in school and not employed. These improvements include reserving grant funds for rural areas, extending the period of follow-up services to 2 years, and perhaps closest to my heart as chairwoman of the NOTO subcommittee, allowing the program to fund meals for participants. The bill also reauthorizes $1 billion for funding for Youth Build over 6 years, ensuring that young people reach their potential and strengthen the nation's economy for years to come. The participants earn their diploma while learning job skills in high-needs economic sectors, and also simultaneously build affordable housing for homeless or low-income people in their communities. Pandemic-related challenges have also increased the need for wraparound services and mental health supports. These are also provided by Youth Build programs through case management, mentoring, and counseling. Together, this program is a model for success and a call to action and future investments. Improvements to Youth Build in my bill will help ensure resources and opportunities are provided to students who need it most. I am proud that this bill is endorsed by the United Way of Connecticut and the Northwest Workforce Innovation Board, which operates a robust Youth Build program right in my hometown of Waterbury, Connecticut. In addition to my bill, this WIOA reauthorization authorizes $74 billion for workforce programs over 6 years, which will allow the workforce system to serve 1 million workers per year by 2028. This funding will bolster programs for formerly incarcerated individuals to return to the workforce, expand summer programs for youth, strengthen the Job Corps programs, and strengthen relationships between high-demand industries and community colleges to improve job training and employment outcomes. I thank the chairman and the members of this committee, and also am excited that this bill will empower workers to gain the skills necessary for a successful career. I am an original co-sponsor of this reauthorization. I am proud to support its passage, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I am so proud to be a co-sponsor of HR 7309, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And let me just reflect, Mr. Chair, it is a real delight to be here and this committee hearing Democrat after Democrat speak about the importance of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. I am not entirely sure where our colleagues are on the other side of the aisle, but what you are hearing today is Democratic leadership investing in American skills, supporting higher education resources for workforce training by investing in community colleges. You are hearing Democrats come together to say that the economy is changing and we are going to bet on the American worker. That's what we are talking about here. When the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act was first passed in 2014, I was a workforce development professional. I was managing a national workforce development board focused on the future of work in the digital age of manufacturing. This is absolutely about our manufacturing economy. This is absolutely about my congressional district in Michigan as a hub for manufacturing jobs, automotive jobs, aerospace jobs, and defense jobs, and the workers that we need to go to fill those positions. And so by making the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act focusing on innovative workforce development programs, by focusing on youth mentoring and youth programs that are so long overdue in places all over Oakland County, including in Pontiac, Michigan, where we hear about this over and over and over again. The time is now to invest in our young people. We can include that in WIOA. We can include that in today's legislation, which we are, so proud to see being passed through this committee under the great leadership of Chairman Scott. In addition, we are also seeing here the investment in financial literacy out of WIOA. Certainly in this time period where a pandemic has hit, we're all recognizing, you've heard my colleagues talk about how our programs for workforce have been experiencing a 45% decline. But as the American people have been stretched in a pandemic and that their daily norms have changed. This investment in financial literacy, of which is taking place in today's legislation, is entirely critical. And I really want to applaud the committee and the work of my colleagues to make sure that that gets in there as well, because we know the managing of our pocketbooks, we know the managing of our success is absolutely critical. And then, of course, putting a 21st century labor movement squarely in the middle of what we are doing today is going to be entirely essential. And we really want to thank our colleagues for recognizing the role that organized labor plays in workforce development and workforce training. You hear a lot about a skills gap in the United States of America. I live this in the manufacturing sector, right? That we will not have enough people to go into the manufacturing jobs of tomorrow. This hit readily in the middle of a pandemic where our workforce has gotten squeezed, retirements happened more quickly and at a higher rate. And what we are doing today is, yes, we're betting on the American worker. We're betting on the channels that will open up these job opportunities for people to innovate, to produce these electric vehicles, these autonomous vehicle technologies that are just seething through a region that I am so proud to call home in Oakland County, Michigan. And so let us join together today for our manufacturing economy, our workforce of today and for tomorrow. Let's continue to show how we are advancing and growing the American economy, an economy for all workers, which we are doing today in marking up today's legislation, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So continue to join together, and I encourage all my colleagues to support the advancement of this incredible, groundbreaking legislation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. I'd like to comment a little bit about the inclusion of Section 511.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Strike the last word.
Yep. I'd like to comment a little bit about the inclusion of Section 511 and its effect on 14C certificates. It's an issue maybe a lot of you aren't aware of, but 14C certificates are the certificates necessary for someone with different abilities to be able to work for under minimum wage, frequently at packaging or light manufacturing facilities. They changed the law about 8 years ago so that in order for a young person to work in what are sometimes referred to as work centers, they have to try and fail to work 3 times in the community. Obviously, that's a very difficult thing to do. I think it poisons the well for other people who want to work in the community. And that if you have to try and fail 3 times, it means employers had 3 difficult experiences in dealing with people with different abilities. It would be so much better if people could begin to work in these facilities at age 19 or 20 or 21. And then as they improve their work skills in these facilities, by the time they turn 24 or 25, they can be out in the community, or they can just gain experience in working at the work centers. I realize that that is not going to be changed in this bill. This bill probably won't become law anyway this session, but I would encourage all of my colleagues to familiarize themselves with Section 511 and the 14C certificates, and the damage, the requirement that you can't begin to work at the work centers until age 24 as a practical matter is having on our vulnerable citizens. So thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I rise in strong support of HR 7309, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022. I want to thank you, Chairman Scott, and Higher Education and Workforce Subcommittee Chairwoman Wilson for introducing this bill, of which I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor. It's been nearly a decade since WIOA was authorized. While the original bill was a great step forward in structuring and organizing the workforce development system, much more must be done to meet the changing needs of workers and employers today. That's why I'm glad the committee is moving ahead with this markup and pushing along so many needed reforms, which reflect priorities I believe in. I'll just mention a few in my limited time. For starters, our workforce development system needs more funding after years, indeed decades, of underfunding. Over the last 20 years, workforce development programs have seen a 45% decline in national funding in real terms. Simply put, we cannot adequately train our workers and ensure they can join the labor market and get good jobs unless we fund workforce development. This bill corrects this by authorizing $74 billion over the next 6 years, which is a meaningful step in closing the funding gap. A second priority included in this bill is increased equity and a greater voice for workers on workforce development boards. This proposal increases the share of labor organizations on the state and local boards from 20% to 30%. That's fantastic. Further, it reduces barriers for members of historically discriminated groups by giving them priorities for certain workforce services. A greater voice for workers and those historically marginalized is essential to fostering equity and inclusion in all the programs administered under WIOA. And you know, Mr. Chairman, I remember my days of running the state workforce system in Michigan. There used to be a senator from Illinois named Barack Obama who got into law that states could use 0.5% of our safety through our federal highway money to train the workforce of the future, which was defined as women, people of color, and poor people. And we took full advantage of that in Michigan to create really forward-looking programs like the Road Construction Apprenticeship Readiness Program and the Environmental Conservation Apprenticeship Readiness Programs. We need more of these kind of innovative programs. So I'm really glad we're doing that here. Finally, I'm excited to see my priority to authorize public libraries to serve as affiliated one-stop sites, which are the places where we provide workforce development services in a given local area, made it into the bill. Public libraries remain a critical space for so many members of our communities, including low-income communities, communities of color, and rural communities, who may have a harder time accessing other job training institutions. The inclusion of libraries as key workforce partners in this provision creates another option for bringing workforce services into all our communities. Mr. Chairman, as someone who served as Michigan's Chief Workforce Officer when I ran the workforce development system in Michigan, I know how vital job training is to help people and communities deal with economic challenges. Workforce development is simply a crucial tool to spur job creation, to fight long-term unemployment, to reduce income and wealth inequality, and so much more. And by increasing funding and giving workers of all backgrounds a stronger voice, this proposal strengthens our workforce development system. I urge my colleagues to vote for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership and for Representative Wilson's leadership moving the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2022 at this critical moment in our nation's economic recovery. This is one of the most impactful bill. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Sorry. This is one of the most impactful bills that we can consider at this moment, given the current workforce shortage across every sector in our country and the trend of older workers leaving the workforce with much more frequency. According to the Federal Reserve, the share of the population that has retired is now substantially higher than before COVID-19. About 2.6 million more older workers have retired in the last 2 years compared to the pre-pandemic trends. Throughout the pandemic and as the economy has started to recover, the importance of the existing infrastructure that the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act of 2014 created has been a lifeline for some employers who've been able to access the system and who are desperate to fill open positions. Along with you, Mr. Chairman, I was a member on this committee when we passed WIOA in 2014 and Ms. Fox on a bipartisan basis. But then we could never have anticipated such a stress test as a global pandemic on our nation's job training system. Since then, we've learned a lot about ways that we could make it more flexible in order to meet the needs of our time, about how to support workers and how to coordinate with employers to ensure that they can hire the trained and prepared workforce needed to build strong local economies. In Eastern Connecticut, which I represent, we are fortunate to have a successfully engaged and created a workforce development program supported and enabled by WIOA. The Eastern Connecticut Workforce Investment Board is an outstanding example of what is possible when employers, job training centers, unions, and the education system coordinate and sustain this kind of partnership. EWIB's manufacturing pipeline is nationally recognized for their success in providing no-cost training to job seekers and employers and placing skilled workers in manufacturing jobs that support our region's thriving submarine manufacturing ecosystem. Last December, the pipeline placed its 2,000th worker in a sustainable job over a 4-year period. But the demand signal is not over. Last December, President Biden issued a Defense Production Act executive order that deemed America's submarine workforce essential. There are 500 job openings today as I'm speaking to you. And I know, Mr. Chairman, a lot of that story is true in your district in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Despite the success of EWIB, the demand for graduates is going to continue to grow, and that's true across all industries. EWIB supports our nation's defense by helping provide the Navy build submarines necessary for strategic deterrence overseas, but similar training pipelines in the region are now emerging in clean energy, healthcare, and technology sectors. These programs, federally supported, but locally driven, are exactly what create thriving economies across the country, providing life-changing jobs to the and underemployed. And there has never been a better time to lift these programs up like we're doing today. Since the pandemic disrupted the life and livelihood of so many workers, a lot of people are asking themselves what they can do to reset themselves for a long-term career, one that can support a family and provides room for growth. We must update WIOA for these needs so they can access supports that enable them to acquire new and in-demand skills. The bill we're considering today would substantially increase the authorized funding levels so that we can reach more workers, create more slots in pre-apprenticeship programs, strengthen the partnerships between community colleges and local employers that enables long-term industry and private sector partnerships to strategically meet the needs of local economies as well as job seekers. This bill is not a nice bill to pass. It is an urgent, necessary bill to pass at this moment in our economy. I want to thank Chairwoman Wilson and Chairman Scott again for making WIOA a priority and moving this bill forward. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to thank you, Chairman Scott and Chairwoman Wilson, for your leadership on the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act reauthorization, legislation that will significantly invest in our nation's workforce development system. The training and career services funded and strengthened through this legislation will help 1 million Americans across the country meet new opportunities and prepare for a successful future. These opportunities are much needed in my own district, so I'm particularly grateful for this investment. The WIOA Act of 2022 is a long overdue investment in our nation's workforce development programs. While the size of the workforce has grown by about half over the past 40 years, the federal investment has declined by nearly 2/3. This not only hampers the ability of individuals to receive the tools they need to grow and thrive, but also the ability of our country to meet the current and future demands of the workforce. This bill includes many strong investments in our workforce development system that will benefit workers back home in my district. It will expand summer and year-round jobs programs for youth to ensure they are engaged and exposed to early opportunities, and eliminate administrative obstacles that previously prevented at-risk and homeless youth from accessing services. It will codify partnerships between employers and community colleges to provide high-quality job training that will meet the needs of both workers and the communities they serve. It will enhance the quality of jobs to ensure that training programs qualifying for WIOA funds lead to more positions with competitive pay. And importantly, it will strengthen critical supportive services, including assistance with transportation, housing, and childcare for individuals participating in workforce development programs. We know that quality supportive services play a monumental role in creating and sustaining economic security. These significant investments in our workers will further help address long-standing gender and racial disparities in employment and compensation. And these resources are especially needed now as communities continue to respond to and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. This legislation will truly ensure that our communities are provided with a highly trained, quality workforce, and that more workers are met with the resources and opportunities to help them build for a bright, successful future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank Chairman Scott, Representative Jones, and other members of our committee for their work on this important reauthorization. The public workforce system is a crucial component of our economy and so important to our ability to support workers in getting access to the education and training, career guidance, and supportive services necessary to get and keep high-quality jobs. I'm also grateful to Chairman Scott for including one of my amendments today to ensure that states include an analysis of access to supportive services such as transportation, childcare, mental health care, the internet, and more in their state unified plans. I hear from constituents all the time who talk about how they can't fully participate in the workforce or workforce development programs that would increase their earnings in the long term because of the cost of childcare is so high that they simply can't justify it in the short term, or because it would take them hours across multiple forms of transportation just to get there. When states develop their unified plans, it's really important that they are analyzing these types of barriers to participation in WIOA programs so that they can better support all workers. While this reauthorization makes a number of important improvements to the public workforce system, there is more we need to do in order to make quality workforce development meaningful, accessible, and effective. We need to fundamentally shift influence and power from employers to employees in our public workforce system. Worker voice should be centered and prioritized in workforce development boards through greater representation. We also have to make sure all workers who need these services can get them. Right now, many New Yorkers would be excluded from participation due to eligibility requirements that do not adequately take into account the high cost of living in some areas. For those who are eligible to participate under current constraints, I've heard directly from workforce development leaders like the New York Association of Training and Employment Professionals who emphasize the need for WIOA programs to be able to provide meals to participants, especially for youth programs. Workforce training programs also go hand in hand with education to make sure our young people have the skills necessary to enter and thrive in the 21st century workforce. And so public education and public workforce programs cannot operate in silos. We need better integration and coordination. We also should explicitly recognize the connections between workforce development and violence prevention efforts. The root causes of violence in our communities often come down to a lack of access to life-sustaining services, including living wages and high-quality jobs. I look forward to continuing to work with Chairman Scott and other members of the committee on these issues as this bill moves to the House floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill to markup today. I am a proud co-sponsor of this reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act because it makes much-needed investments into our country's workforce development and ensures that more workers can access high-quality workforce development opportunities. I'm particularly proud of the efforts that this bill makes to support those from historically underrepresented communities like my own. You know, our students, families, and workers have great aspirations, and we are providing them the opportunities to move into good-paying jobs. This bill provides a 16% increase to Native American workforce development programs. It reserves grant funds for youth-build programs in rural areas and increases and strengthens one-stop delivery systems to help bring access to our rural communities. Because of my district, I'm always going to be championing all that we need in our rural America, rural New Mexico. In my district as well, Youth Build does amazing things. Well, it engages young people in developing the skills they need. It also addresses important issues such as homelessness and hunger. This bill also provides previously incarcerated individuals the ability to transition back into the workforce and find stable careers. The Infrastructure and Jobs Act, together with the Competes Act, which we hope to pass soon, will invest billions of dollars into projects our communities have needed for decades, and which our country has postponed for way too long. The vision President Biden and this Congress have put into reality with the infrastructure and soon the Competes bill will require trained workers to weld the pipes to deliver that clean water and build the factories to manufacture those chips and so much more. Through Iowa programs, communities all across the country will be able to access the funds to help get folks into those welding, manufacturing, and good-paying union jobs. The pandemic also highlighted the training and apprenticeships we need to elevate American workers to those better paying, in-demand jobs in healthcare and our in-demand industries. The community colleges in my district and across this country, they have the capacity to provide employment and training programs for these in-demand industries, but they need the help that comes from WIOA to do just that. You know, WIOA will also help us bolster economic sectors deeply impacted by the pandemic. The creative economy saw a 63% unemployment rate at the height of the pandemic. But we have to remember, this is an industry which provides a $877 billion economic benefit to our nation and is responsible for 1 in 10 paychecks in New Mexico. Our creative economy uplifts our souls and our bottom line, and we know that that economy will also be able to benefit from the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. So over the last 3 months, the economy has created more than 500,000 jobs a month. But we also know that when we pass the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, we will build upon this recovery and ensure that access to opportunity is equitable and inclusive. Mr. Chairman Scott and Chairwoman Wilson, I am incredibly grateful for the hard work you did listening to the concerns that we brought to you, that my constituents and workers raised around the country, and that you incorporated into this bill. I thank you for that. I am once again a proud sponsor of WIOA, and I look forward to voting yes on the ANS and urge all my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. The next is a gentleman from the Northern Mariana Islands, the Chair of the Early Childhood, Elementary and Secondary Education Subcommittee, Mr. Sablan.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Scott, and I want to thank you also.
Gentleman should recognize 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I want to thank you and Chairwoman Wilson for the work that you for the effort and work you put together and putting up HR 7309. And thank you also for the courtesy you have given me allowing the bill to amend the Wagner-Pacer Act to include the Northern Mariana Islands and American Samoa, where it would receive additional funding to help job seekers in these 2 insular area districts. And also bring additional for career assistance for career guidance, skill assessments, and referrals to job training available to Northern Marianas job seekers. The bill additionally includes my HR 4850, my Job Force Nationwide Act, and authorizing the establishment of job corps centers in all the U.S. insular areas. Allowing job corps centers in the Northern Marianas would mean that our young people would not have to leave to get the training they need, and local businesses would benefit from a skilled workforce connected to our community and committed to remaining in our community. The HR 7309 also includes my legislation, HR 4849, making grant fundings available for programs in the Northern Marianas that help English language learners acquire the proficiency needed to obtain employment. And I appreciate this, including my 3 legislations in the bill. And Chairman Scott, I must add that WIOA is a successful program nationwide. And what we're doing today is tweaking the law and making improvements to this already successful bill, program. And so that improvements such as, some I'll mention in their own ways, and I just included the 3 legislation I did, but I appreciate the courtesy. And I am also a proud co-sponsor of HR 7309. And I support the bill, and I ask all my colleagues to support it, and hopefully we'll pass this and the Senate will, do something about it. God help me, God willing. So I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, does anyone wish to offer an amendment? Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment Miller Meeks, RANS.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7309, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa, identifier R_ANS_01.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment nature for substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing a Republican amendment that will bring flexibility and innovation to our workforce system. Our amendment will increase the funds governors can reserve for innovative workforce development ideas. Giving state and local leaders this kind of flexibility will help them address the ever-changing economic landscape. This amendment will also modernize the eligibility training provider list, ensuring governors make decisions on eligibility more quickly. Our substitute will allow funds to be used by local governments to help incumbent workers upskill so that they can transition into new and in-demand industries. It will also streamline workforce development programs so that they focus more effectively on giving workers the skills they need. This will improve program outcomes and success. One of the best things we can do for our workforce development programs is to get the federal government out of the way. We clearly need more efficiency, innovation, and flexibility in workforce development programs, and far less bureaucracy. Excessive administrative burdens always slow progress down and can even discourage workers from participating in upskilling or workforce development programs. Our goal should be to modernize the workforce system, not bury it under more layers of Washington red tape. That is why our amendment reduces unnecessary administrative overhead by offering more online service delivery. This is also why our amendment requires the Department of Labor to review federal laws to find any legislation or regulations that are driving up cost and administrative burdens for program administrators. More importantly, we must ensure employers have a seat at the table. Job creators are on the front line of our rapidly evolving economy, and they know best what skills their employees need to excel in the workplace. Considering the challenges this pandemic has imposed on workplaces, we should do all we can to empower employers to address the needs of their workers through an all-of-the-above approach to apprenticeships. Yet the Democrats' bill reinforces the status quo by overemphasizing registered apprenticeship programs. This is a grave mistake. The traditional registered apprenticeship system is an important part of our nation's workforce development infrastructure, but this 80-year-old system is not the only way to prepare workers for a successful career. We need to embrace innovation if we want to see improvements in our workforce. That is why our amendment embraces new models of work-based learning and invites employers to have a bigger role in workforce development programs. Our amendment also provides important reforms to the Job Corps program, making it safer for participants. Put together, these measures go a long way in addressing our nation's skills gap as well as the worker shortage. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
We are here today to modernize and reauthorize the nation's foremost job training program, to help job seekers and workers connect with good-paying jobs and career pathways. My colleagues and I welcome the opportunity to work together on a bipartisan basis as this bill moves to the floor. But unfortunately, the Republican substitute, as currently offered, does not meet the urgent need to strengthen our workforce programs. Importantly, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act addresses decades of underinvestment. Today, WIOA's core programs are funded at 45% below 2002 levels when you adjust for inflation. This bill authorizes $5.9 billion for fiscal year 2023 for the core programs serving adults, dislocated workers, and youth. This level is more than twice the amount appropriated for fiscal year 2022 and surpasses the inflation-adjusted high water mark from 2002. To keep pace with inflation and the growth of the workforce, funding is increased by 10% per year through fiscal year 2028. This investment is essential to putting more people on a career track instead of directing participants to low-wage jobs with limited opportunities for upward mobility. The Republican A&S reauthorizes funding for the formula programs at roughly the same levels as we have today, even though the status quo is insufficient. At present, the adult formula program spends an average of only $2,000 on training per person, not nearly enough to provide the training needed to secure good jobs with competitive wages and benefits. Our bill also codifies sector grants, which are effective in training workers for employment in high-wage and in-demand sectors of the economy. Unfortunately, the Republican amendment would omit sector grants entirely. The United States has one of the highest recidivism rates in the world. The U.S. releases more than 600,000 people from prison each year, and nearly half of them are incarcerated again within 12 months. We know that our current approach is not working. Our committee hearings last year highlighted bipartisan support for reentry employment services for justice-involved individuals. In response, the bill codifies the Reentry Employment Opportunities Grant Program and funds the program at $250 million in fiscal year 2023, more than double the amount appropriated for fiscal year 2022. On the other hand, the funding levels in the Republican amendment do not meet the scale needed to invest in reentry employment assistance. So I must reject the substitute's requirement, additionally, of a non-federal matching program in order to receive reentry grant funding. This matching requirement is not part of the existing grant structure and would exclude many of the community organizations that are best positioned to meet the needs of justice-involved individuals in their communities. Finally, the Republican amendment leaves behind too many disconnected youth. To help young people, the Democratic amendment would invest nearly $1 billion in fiscal year 2023 in summer and year-round employment opportunities for youth. The evidence is abundant that these youth employment opportunities increase lifelong earnings and reduce involvement with the criminal justice system. The Republican substitute fundamentally fails to make use of this opportunity to invest in the workers most in need. I urge a no for these reasons on the substitute and a yes vote on H.R. 7309, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. The ranking member, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, spending more money doesn't necessarily bring better results. And I think that's one of the major problems with the bill the Democrats have put forward. It doubles down on the status quo, and we're not getting what we need from the status quo. Republicans understand that to address the needs of employers, we must invite employers to have a larger role in the workforce development system. Allowing employers to identify prospective employees and select education providers that meet their needs will make the workforce system more responsive to the jobs that are in demand today. Our substitute increases WIOA funding dedicated to upskilling workers in order to close the skills gap and fill America's jobs with educated, competent American workers. We also invite more skills development providers into the system and make sure that these providers offer the in-demand skills employers are looking for. This will increase competition and give American workers more options to choose from when they seek out education. The Republican substitutes give states and local communities the flexibility they need to respond to the employers in their area, allowing them to use funds to survey employers about the in-demand skills they need. It also increases the current law cap on funds that can be used for upskilling incumbent workers. The pandemic upended millions of jobs, and in today's rapidly changing economy, employees need opportunities to continue updating their skills to remain relevant and competitive, and this reform will allow that to happen. Mr. Chairman, we crafted this Republican substitute by taking into account what employers need to help strengthen our workforce system in a post-pandemic economy. Listening to job creators will give us the best outcomes as we educate today's workforce for in-demand jobs. I urge my colleagues to support the Republican substitute, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In New Jersey and across the country, the workforce system has a crucial role to play in equipping workers with the skills they need to take on jobs in emerging, innovative industries such as advanced manufacturing and the clean energy economy. Part of what makes this WIOA reauthorization legislation so strong is its focus on meeting the needs of communities' in-demand jobs and its flexibility to allow local conditions on the ground to guide the type of training programs that are funded and developed. That means that those growing, high-demand industries that desperately need workers to prosper are the very ones that the workforce system prioritizes in its programs and initiatives. For so much of the American economy, these highly in-demand jobs are in clean energy, in sectors ranging from research and development to manufacturing to installation to construction. But having the skills to participate in this energy transition with its significant benefits for our public health, economy, and climate, it's only useful for our workers if those skills are paired with a legitimate opportunity to compete for these jobs. To this end, in the offshore wind sector in particular, there can be artificial barriers to entry for our skilled American workforce. This means that our unionized workforce is often unable to access the jobs of the future that, over the long run, are critical to creating a globally competitive economy with world-leading industries and innovation. New Jersey, for example, is a world leader in wind energy innovation and installation, with several globally competitive clean energy R&D companies and rapidly growing offshore wind capacity that can provide thousands of families with clean, cheap electricity. Our ability to train a highly skilled competitive workforce to manufacture and install this wind infrastructure is critical to meeting this strong demand in the industry, and is also crucial for expanding the scope of offshore wind to other states with only small sectors right now. Too often, the owners and operators of foreign ships needed for offshore wind installation make it very difficult for American workers to find employment by creating obscure and difficult to obtain certifications. New Jersey clearly has the skilled workforce needed to help our industry expand, and our expert workers need to be given the opportunity to participate in the development of this industry. While I acknowledge that WIOA reauthorization may not be the best vehicle to help fix these workforce certification issues, this problem is one that certainly relates to the ability of our workforce system to equip our workers with tools they need to take on the most competitive, innovative jobs that our economy requires. As such, I'm working to find ways to provide skilled American workers with the access to the jobs they should have a fair chance to compete for, either through development of a universal certification process or through a requirement that they are guaranteed legitimate access to energy industry certifications. I hope, Mr. Chairman, that you will commit to working alongside me to ensure that our workers and organized labor have true access to these crucial jobs and the ability to put their skills and experience to work. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. We're back again. The Republican substitute amendment includes an important provision.
5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you. The Republican substitute amendment includes an important provision that will help improve employment access and opportunities for individuals with disabilities. When Congress passed WIOA in 2014, it amended the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 by providing employment support for individuals with disabilities in entering competitive integrated employment, or CIE, which is the term that defines employment for individuals with disabilities that is integrated with the non-disabled workforce. After passage of WIOA, the Department of Education regulated on the definition of CIE, and in January 2017, the department issued a problematic frequently asked question document on what an integrated location meant within CIE. I think this was a little bit of an ambiguous thing, and these actions harmed individuals with disabilities' access to choice and meaningful employment opportunities, including jobs within the Ability One program, a program established to create employment opportunities for individuals with significant disabilities. The Department of Education created confusion among state vocational rehab agencies whether they could refer individuals with disabilities to Ability One jobs and jobs under similar state set-aside contracts with the purpose of supporting employment for individuals with disabilities. In turn, state vocational rehab agencies began adopting a blanket denial approach of Ability One and state-use jobs as they dealt with the frequently asked question document. I've heard from Ability One providers, families, and individuals with disabilities in my state that these blanket denials have deprived individuals with disabilities from being referred to valuable employment opportunities in a wide variety of settings. Despite outcry from members of Congress, Ability One providers, families, and individuals with disabilities, the Department of Education has failed to make necessary clarifications in its guidance to state vocational rehab agencies. The Republican sub includes language from my bill, the Workforce Choice and Flexibility for Individuals with Disabilities Act, to ensure that these blanket denials of Ability One and state-use jobs cease and individuals with disabilities are given access to more meaningful employment opportunities. The Republican sub includes a necessary clarification on the definition of CIE, specifically stating that CIE can include jobs under Ability One and state use. It also makes important clarifications to what social and interpersonal interaction are included within the definition of CIE, including interactions with colleagues, vendors, customers, superiors, and the like. I'd like to thank my wonderful ranking member, Fox, for working with me on this important issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? The next I have on my list is the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. Gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
I'm sorry, gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I rise in strong support of the Republican substitute amendment and would like to highlight two key provisions which would help roll back occupational licensing burdens faced by job seekers. Title III directs the federal government to identify their own policies that lead to unnecessary occupational licensing barriers that prevent Americans from returning to work. And Title I, Section 102 requires states to list their occupational license requirements in their WIOA state plans so that we can track their progress in rolling back unnecessary barriers to work. Studies show that occupational licensing regulation costs taxpayers $203 billion per year, reduces the number of American jobs by 2.85 million, and disproportionately harm low-income workers and justice-involved individuals. Furthermore, occupational licensing burdens harm military spouses who follow their spouse to a new state and are subject to additional unnecessary licensing requirements. While many people think of occupational licensing requirements as consumer protections, a significant number of government power grabs to prevent competition and keep would-be workers out of a particular market. Since occupational licensing is a barrier for entry into the workforce, if we're spending money on programs to get Americans to work without reforming licensing requirements, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. I thank the Jill lady, Dr. Marionette Miller Meeks, for including such important provisions in her amendment, and I encourage all my colleagues to join me in supporting the Republican substitute. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens. Recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question we should ask ourselves as we reauthorize WIOA is, who are we trying to serve? The answer is simple. We're trying to serve American workers and employers. With that in mind, Republicans have offered a reauthorization that focuses funds where they should have a focus all along: unskilled workers. Employers in my district have job openings, but what they need are skilled, educated employees to fill these positions. The jobs exist, the workers exist, but we need those workers to have the skills required to succeed in our 21st century economy. Our substitute addresses this need by requiring at least 70% of funds for adults and dislocated workers in WIOA to be used for skill development services. It also allows local communities to pool more of their funding, which would encourage regional collaboration and cut down on bureaucratic and administrative costs. By doing this, we can further increase the resources dedicated specifically to upskilling our workforce. This is far too much administration. There is far too much administrative and bureaucratic waste in our workforce system today. That's why our substitute would encourage the use of online platforms to deliver services. This would increase efficiency in getting job seekers the assistance they need while saving taxpayers from paying the cost of brick and mortar buildings where alternative options are available. This simple fix would be a win-win for job seekers and taxpayers alike. Additionally, we will require the Department of Labor to analyze state occupational licensing requirements to find ways Congress can reform federal laws and regulations to make sure states aren't forced to implement overburdensome requirements that may hinder the job seeker's ability to achieve the expertise needed for the job they want. Mr. Chairman, we need a workforce that can compete in a global economy. We have the workers, but too many lack the skills necessary to succeed. The Republican alternative would go a long way in helping our workers to get the skills, and urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Okay. The gentlelady from Louisiana, Ms. Ledlow.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I speak in support of the substitute amendment. This amendment contains many important and necessary reforms to WIOA. The substitute brings more innovation to the workforce system and modernizes the program to make sure it's driven by employers. For example, by expanding innovative apprenticeship models outside of registered apprenticeships, we can level the playing field and address the needs of more employers. The substitute also helps address bureaucratic backlog issues by abbreviating the timeline under which the Secretary of Labor must respond to waiver requests from the states. My home state of Louisiana submitted a waiver to the Labor Department for flexibility on use of WIOA youth funds. These waivers help the local workforce board spend youth funds in the most necessary manner based on individual needs of the area. It's my understanding that State Workforce Commission submitted the request to the Labor Department in March of 2021, and it took almost 7 months for the department to approve the waiver. The waiver is set to expire again this summer unless an extension is approved by DOL. Bureaucratic hurdles and lengthy approval processes are not helpful in serving the needs of the people. The WIOA system is designed to help. I'm pleased the substitute amendment expedites the review periods for waivers and requires extensions of waivers must be reviewed by 30 days after paperwork is submitted. Another bureaucratic hurdle I hope the committee can work to address is related to WIOA's Infrastructure Financial Agreement requirements, also known as IFAs. When Congress reauthorized WIOA in 2014, the law required all partners to contribute to infrastructure funding of the one-stop system in each local area. While I understand the purpose of this mechanism, I've been told that the effort required to develop and enforce IFAs with all WIOA partners significantly outweighs the benefits received, especially for workforce boards located in rural areas. My office visited with several local workforce boards, and they shared that the IFA requirement has been a tremendous headache for them to implement and enforce. Unfortunately, the IFA process has created confusion and distrust between MOU partners and discourages full participation from partners in the one-stop service development concept. It's my hope that we can find a solution to address this issue without mandating billing from WIOA's local agencies to other funded agencies. Perhaps we can consider elevating this requirement to be handled at a state level so our local boards can focus their time and effort on helping job seekers obtain the skills they need to close the skills gap and get back to work. I hope we can work in a bipartisan manner to improve this important workforce development bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
In fiscal year 2021, taxpayers spent about $1.8 billion on adult dislocated worker and youth activities under Title I of WIOA. According to the Department of Labor, only $537 million, or less than 30% of that, actually went towards training services. 30%. I believe our nation's workforce development system should be focused on providing workers the skills they need to get good, high-paying jobs in today's economy. Unfortunately, this bill places little focus on actual skills development and giving the workers the skills needed for in-demand jobs. And the operative word there is skills. Among youth participants, less than 1/4 of those who complete the program get a job in a field related to the training they've received from the system. Less than 1/4 of that. Among adults and dislocated workers, a little more than 1/3 left these programs with unemployment related to their training. Or with, 1/3 left these programs with employment related to their training. And instead of increasing accountability of local workforce development boards that receive federal funding, this bill disputes employers' involvement in state and local governance of the workforce system. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a missed opportunity. I urge my colleagues to oppose the base bill and support the Republican substitute so that we can reform this program to actually get more workers the skills they need to fill the jobs in the economies that are open. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act has long been a bipartisan priority of this committee. Unfortunately, committee Democrats have cut out compromise and decided to go it alone. The Republican substitute amendment brings innovation and flexibility into the workforce. It provides sufficient funds that governors can reserve for innovative ideas within their states, which offers flexibility for addressing economic changes and workforce shortages. It allows eligible youth to receive individually tailored skills development opportunities so they will be better prepared for for the workforce. It expands the ability of localities to use funds to help current workers learn new skills to meet the demands of today's rapidly changing economy. Among many other important provisions, the Republican substitute updates WIOA policies to reflect America's dynamic economy. This includes the text of the Skills Act, which allows workforce development dollars from the Dislocated Worker Project go toward in-demand industries, such as long-term care. The Republican substitute amendment ensures that our skilled nursing facilities, senior living centers, and other long-term settings receive the resources and flexibility necessary to recruit and retain an adequately qualified workforce that meets seniors' needs. The substitute also encourages federal agencies to collaborate with local communities, allowing on-the-job experience to count towards certification programs, such as for a certified nurse's aide. More than 4,000 temporary nurses' aides, or TNAs, in Pennsylvania were hired to provide essential health care services during the pandemic. It is my goal to help state, local, and federal entities to work together to help TNAs become CNAs using relevant skills assessment programs, on-the-job experience, and other workforce development tools that allow healthcare workers to remain on the payroll even after the public health emergency is lifted. Additionally, the substitute allows local areas to dedicate funding for continuing education of current workers, ensuring that people can develop relevant skills to compete in today's rapidly changing economy. It accomplishes this by increasing the cap on incumbent worker training from 20% to 30%. It allows local areas to further increase the cap to 40% if additional funds are dedicated to expanding innovative work-based learning opportunities, or up to 50% if the local area is experiencing low rates of unemployment. These are important reforms that help job creators, employees, and communities more successfully develop their workforce. I urge all my colleagues to support the Republican substitute amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jacobs is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to highlight one simple provision in the Republican ANS that would be of great benefit to adult learners across this country, and especially in my home state of New York. Back in the fall of 2020, the adult basic education programs in my district contacted my office to flag that New York State was not paying out the Title II funds owed to them under contract. These programs operate on very thin budgets, so any delay in funding puts them and their operations in severe jeopardy. I led my fellow colleagues in the New York delegation on a letter to then Governor Cuomo calling on his administration to release the funding. My office also advocated tirelessly on the staff level. Fortunately, our efforts paid off and funding is now flowing smoothly. However, the ordeal created unnecessary hardship for many programs, and one program in Syracuse, Literacy, CNY rather, actually had to shut down because of this delay in funding. To help guard against episodes like this in the future, the Republican ANS includes a provision requiring states to provide a timeline for distributing Title II funding in their state plan, and amends the current statutory language slightly to specify that funds must be distributed in a timely manner. The typical adult learner benefiting from Title II funding is either an individual who was not able to access a K-12 education as a child or is a recent immigrant. I visited one of the adult education programs in my district, Literacy, Western New York, last September, and I walked away very impressed by the adult learners there. Life certainly has not been easy for these adult learners, but that hasn't stopped them from pressing on and working to improve their lives. We owe them to ensure that the resources promised to them are available and delivered in a timely manner. I urge my colleagues to support this provision, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Not, I recognize myself to strike the last word on the amendment. Actually, my problem with the bill is not as much what's in it as what's left out. The funding level is woefully inadequate. At the funding level, we won't be able to make much progress on the average $2,000 per participant that's cap that's right now. The ranking member has indicated that more money does not necessarily mean improved services, but too little money guarantees poor outcomes. $2,000 is woefully inadequate to do the job, particularly when there are no wraparound services. People can't get to the services. We need more money to be able to do a better job. The substitute omits the sector grants. There are entire sectors where we need job training, like electric cars. This substitute omits the sector grants. It omits funding for strengthening community college training grants so that community colleges can do a better job. Even the bill does not have enough funding in for justice-involved individuals. 600,000 individuals every year are released from jails and prisons. If we spent just $1,000 on each of them, that would be $600 million. Even the increased funding in the bill is only $250 million, so we need much more money in there, but the underlying bill is a step in the right direction, which the substitute does not make. Substitute has too many disconnected youth, leaves too many disconnected youth behind. And it strikes any mention of registered apprenticeships from the bill. Registered apprenticeships are high-quality, nationally recognized credentials that other kinds of apprenticeship programs don't have. If we can't fund enough registered apprenticeships, so there's no reason to get into low-quality, unrecognized programs. For these reasons, I would hope that we would recognize that the Republican substitute fails to meet the moment and address the needs of America's workers. So I would recommend a no vote on the substitute and a yes vote on the underlying bill. The others I yield back. The others seek recognition. If not, the question is on the Republican amendment nature of a substitute. All that favor the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No.
The noes appear.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a recorded vote,
Roll
please?
call is requested, and pursuant to previous remarks, that will be rolled to later. We have an amendment. We'll pause for a moment as the sponsor arrives. Other amendments, I'd point out that there are a lot of other committees going on at the same time, so our members are doing the best they can. Does the gentleman from Virginia, my colleague from Virginia, have an amendment?
I do have an amendment at the desk, sir.
Gentleman has two amendments at the desk, 1087 and 1088. Which one are you calling up?
We will do, which one is E-Verify? Is that 87 first.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7309, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia, identifier good_087.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're seeing an invasion at our southern border. It is a national emergency. It's a healthcare emergency. It's a security emergency. It's a social services emergency. It's an economic emergency, and it's going to get worse with the ending of Title 42, I might add. I've been down to the border 4 times in my first year here in Congress, and I've seen firsthand the influx of illegal aliens pouring across our border. Just last week, again, the Biden administration announced they were reversing another of the successful Trump border policies, that being Title 42, as this administration continues to increase, facilitate, purposefully assist the tidal wave of illegal immigrants coming across our southern border. Congress needs to step in the gap, and when it comes to stopping illegal immigration, and that starts with disincentivizing it. The two main policies that contribute to the historic surge of illegal immigration that we're experiencing is the promise of amnesty promised by this president back in the 2020 debates, the promise of amnesty, and the promise or the incentive of economic opportunity or jobs or work in this country. My amendment, however, would ensure that every employer receiving WIOA funding would have to participate in mandatory E-Verify and confirm that their employees are here legally in this country. Every employer should seek to follow the law, but at a minimum, we should all agree that anyone receiving federal funding should comply with mandatory E-Verify. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to implement the use of E-Verify for all employees who are participating in WIOA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
I ask to strike the last word to oppose Representative Good's amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
This bill is about modernizing and reauthorizing the nation's premier job training program, which is focused on helping individuals improve their economic well-being and create better jobs. Our bill fully funds WIOA programs and allows the workforce system to serve 1 million workers per year by 2028. It expands summer and year-round jobs programs for youth, it improves wraparound services for adults, and it strengthens the quality of the Job Corps' core program. With respect to the gentleman's amendment, as my colleagues know, it is already illegal under federal law to hire workers without proper documentation. Under current law, if an employer is receiving such funds, they are already prohibited from hiring undocumented workers. Further, under current law, WIOA guarantees access to its services and requires non-discrimination against designated immigrants who are authorized to work. It is our understanding from the Congressional Research Service that WIOA does not authorize service to undocumented individuals. However, it does authorize services to immigrants
in designated categories who meet requirements and who are authorized to work here in the United States. Frankly, this amendment is a solution in search of a problem, like everything Republicans are doing in this committee, and distracts us from our important work today. I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. Miller.
Just a minute. We're still on this, on the good amendment. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Speaker, this amendment is an unnecessary attack on our undocumented community, many of whom, Mr. Chairman, were really the front line during the COVID-19 pandemic. We may forget that they were the ones that delivered food to our doorsteps. They were the ones that were there in the supermarkets, in the cashiers, exposing themselves. They were really everywhere, providing the vital services, goods and services that were so essential to all of us during perhaps the biggest pandemic and the biggest crisis of many of our lifetimes. Instead of adding barriers to employment and training opportunity, we should be providing incentives for our communities, including those essential workers that proved to be lifesavers during the pandemic, who already have contributed over $2 trillion to our economy. And if, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the chapters of history, you will note that nowhere have we, in no chapter have we been able to bounce back from a critical time without the hand and the involvement of immigrant labor in it. So we need greater resources for on-the-job training or customized training or other related services for every person who considers America their homes. So if you want to vote yes on this amendment, remember the time those folks take care of your very frail and elderly parents, or maybe take care of your children, or mow your lawn, or fix the plumbing in your kitchen, or deliver the food to your doorsteps. Don't forget any of that, because they're there for us. This amendment is redundant and it seemingly puts forward only to take unnecessary jabs at our undocumented neighbors. Again, we should be proud to increase these folks' ability to gain necessary skills. They need to succeed in America, because if we, Mr. Chairman, we succeed as we face an unprecedented labor shortage, America needs more workers in our communities, not less. And everywhere that I walk and speak to small businesses and other folks in the private sector, the common thread is the lack of employees. And of course, immigrant labor is critical amongst that. And so we need more nurses to take care of our sick. We need teachers to educate our students. We need particularly those students that are English language learners, construction workers to build our bridges and schools, and so much more. That to support an amendment like this one would be a step backwards for our economy and for America. No one wins unless we all do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member, Dr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, last year, U.S. border officials made a record 1.9 million arrests along our southern border. Under President Biden, border arrests have soared to an all-time high, according to Customs and Border Patrol. We have an immigration crisis on our hands and an administration that's failing to address it. Because of this, we must change our laws and remove the incentives that encourage people to come to our country illegally. One of the most important things we can do is make sure our workforce programs are helping legal people here legally. We should require every employer and skills development provider receiving WIOA funding to use E-Verify so we can make sure our taxpayer dollars are going to educate and prepare individuals in the workforce who are in the country legally. Mr. Chairman, we have a problem here at home. America's workers need additional skills in order to compete in the 21st century economy. Our focus as representatives of American citizens should be to serve America's workforce by making sure our labor laws are being enforced. I thank my colleague from Virginia and urge support for the amendment. I yield back. Oh, excuse me. I yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Ranking Member Fox. It's interesting that we take an amendment to help prohibit illegal employment in our country, to require E-Verify that would ensure only those who were legal could work at employers receiving these federal funds under WIOA. And as the majority party tends to do, we twist that into something it's not. Hey, this is anti-immigrant. And we tell these stories of poor individuals who we have compassion for. And the gentlelady from Minnesota said, hey, this is a solution in search of a problem, which is what the minority always does. 2.2 million illegal crossings last year. 2.2 million illegal crossings last year. 160 different countries. All of them coming across under the control of the Mexican crime cartels, who are making hundreds of millions of dollars off of sex trafficking, drug trafficking, human trafficking, child trafficking. I would submit that is genuinely a problem. And they come across because they're incentivized to do so. And one of those incentives to do so is we do not prohibit illegal employment in this country, let alone illegal entry. So I would submit that is a genuine problem that needs to be addressed. And I just came from a caucus meeting where we had Secretary Mayorkas. And I asked him, his responses were off the record. I won't say what he said, but I asked him, what is the end game here? We're eliminating one more of the Trump tools that were working, Title 42, which allowed us to turn back over 1 million over the last 3 years. What's the end game? It's estimated that rescinding Title 42 is going to take the crossings from 2 million up to 5 million in the next 12 months. That it's going to triple it from 7,000 a day to 18,000 a day. And I asked Secretary Mayorkas, what is the end game here? And I asked my Democrat colleagues here, what is the end game? Do you think that's great that we'll have 5 million illegal crossings this year? Does that not matter to you? Do you not care about the sovereignty of our country? Do you not care about the culture of our country, preserving it? Do you think that not care about the American exceptionalism, think there's any value in preserving that? Do you think 50 million would be great? 5 million's no problem, 50 million would be great? Secretary Mayorkas does not deny that it's happening. And Jay Johnson, who was the Secretary of the Homeland Security under President Obama. Jay Johnson, just this morning, I watched him on a news show this morning, confirming 7,000 a day. And his words were, this is overwhelming the Biden administration. So I reject the notion that this is a solution in search of a problem. It is a problem at our border, and just trying to require that only those who are eligible to work here legally are able to work here legally is the context and the purpose of this amendment. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I recognize myself, just very briefly, I would join all of my colleagues in comprehensive immigration reform rather than just complain about it. Let's have not piecemeal, but comprehensive immigration reform like we had offered from the U.S. Senate a few years ago that fell all apart. Until we get that, we're going to have a mess of an immigration system. I yield back. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I join all of my colleagues in
Recognize
imposing...
5 minutes to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I join my Democratic colleagues in opposing the amendment and recognizing that the amendment and the discussion surrounding in the amendment really is intended to simply attack a population of our community that is actually providing significant resources and significant help to the rest of us, and that they are part of us. The immigrant community is part of who makes our economy strong. And I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that we have before us and we have sent from the House immigration bills that address our farm workers, that address our dreamers, that address those who provide and those who are protected under the TPS system. Those are the kinds of bills that we need to be discussing and passing, and I would look forward to the time when the Senate took those up and addressed this, because we know that if we did comprehensive immigration reform, we would see a $1.4 trillion benefit to our economy. So immigration reform is of concern to this committee because of the manner in which it provides the labor that is needed and provides the resources that are needed to our economy. That $1.4 trillion, if we're thinking about what we need to reduce our deficit to address these issues, $1.4 trillion, comprehensive immigration reform. But today, what we are considering is the workforce innovation and opportunity, and that is not dealing with the immigration reform. And so let's stay focused on the opportunities that we are trying to get to our families and our workers through the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And for that, I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak on the amendment.
Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
And I yield my time to Congressman Good.
Thank you, Congressman Miller. Why don't we stop coddling criminals? We have a legal immigration process. We celebrate the diversity of our country. We celebrate that we are a nation of immigrants historically and currently. However, everyone who wants to legally immigrate to this country can come through our ports of entry and apply legally. What happened was 15 months ago, we put up the open for business sign that anyone who wants to come to this country, that's why they were wearing the Joe Biden t-shirts, because we have surrendered operational control of our border to the criminal element, the Mexican crime cartel. We've surrendered control of that. We have no semblance of control over our border. It may not be easy, but it is simple. All we've got to do is to reinstate the policies that were in effect when this president was sworn in on January 20, 2021. Stop, catch, and release. Stop catching criminals and releasing them into the interior of our country and flying them in the dark of night or busing them in the dark of night to wherever they want to go without even a court date for them to appear, to have their case heard. Reinstate, remain in Mexico. What that meant was if you were applying for asylum, you had to wait in Mexico for your case to be heard. We ended that, and we're now instead letting them into the interior of our country. Is there any wonder there's a surge that there is? And then thirdly, take away the economic incentive to work here illegally by requiring and mandating E-Verify, that only those who are legal to work in this country are permitted to work in this country. Finally, of course, what we should do is take amnesty off the table as well, to reward those who've broken our laws by putting them to the front of the line, make them go back through the process legally. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman, or Ms. Miller.
I would like for us to consider the impact this is having on people that are waiting in line and trying to come here legally, who respect our laws, who want to come here and work and contribute to our country and our culture. And this is causing problems for legal immigration also. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor, the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good 087, will say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
I think the ayes had it, so I would like a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
The recorded vote has been requested, and that'll be rolled pursuant to previous comments. Does the gentleman from Virginia have another amendment?
Yes, sir, I do have another amendment, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7309, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia. Identifier good _ 088.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all agree that apprenticeships play a vital role in developing the American workforce, and I think we all agree that that should be a priority for us to help facilitate, assist that to the extent that we can that's proper for the role of the federal government. Under current law, WIOA requires that apprenticeships be registered with the Department of Labor to receive funding and participate in WIOA programming. For any employer looking for funding for your apprenticeships, it's easy. Just let Secretary Walsh, President Biden, run your apprenticeship program for you. That makes a lot of sense because Walsh and Biden are career politicians. Neither has any experience in running a business. Unless you count President Biden's experience being in business with his son Hunter collecting money from China or other countries. My amendment, however, would let employers run their own apprenticeship program. In my district, probably like most of you, I've gotten questions from constituents on this issue and whether or not they need to comply with the Washington Knows Best policies to be eligible for funding. But instead of restricting opportunities and adding regulations, we should open up opportunities to employers looking to contribute to the workforce. My amendment would level the playing field in a way that is fiscally responsible and will be a long-term investment in the American workforce. So I urge my colleagues to support American innovation and vote in favor of this amendment. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's proposed amendment. So,
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I'm sorry, I moved to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
So I'm a product of an apprenticeship program. I say proudly that I went to the other 4-year school, an apprenticeship. We all know, and Mr. Good also knows, this is the most successful workforce training program in the history of our country. Starting salary is $72,000. 92% of those graduates get a job immediately. Well, this bill wants to gut it. The fact of the matter, right now, if a company, an employer, wants to create an apprenticeship program, he can do it. Nothing stopped him. Go ahead and do it. What they want is the money. They want federal government to pay for it. Okay, if you want us to pay for it, there are standards. It's incredibly important, and I've learned this, and our country has learned why that is important. Why registered standards? Storm break. Hurricane hits the coast, wipes out the electrical system. The largest army of electricians and linemen in the world come together. It's called Storm Break, mutual aid. We come from all parts of the country to put those Americans back with electric. My God, if you had 16 different unregistered programs, all doing it a different way, you'd be killing people left and right. That's why carpenters, electricians, there's a standard and there's a workforce reason to do it. So we can come together and not start from scratch. That's why it's successful. So if I decide I want to leave New Jersey and go out to Arizona, they're going to be doing electrical work just the same way. However, if you want to do an unregistered program, you can go and do it. But it's on your dime and it's unique to your company. Nothing prevents it. This program has worked. It continues to work every day. You heard the statistics. It's not broken. Don't try to fix what isn't broken. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. If the others wish to speak to the amendment, gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I just like to remind my good colleague from Virginia that our Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, knows a lot about apprenticeships. Yes, he is the Secretary of Labor. Yes, he was the mayor of Boston. Yes, he was a state representative, I believe they call it there. But Marty Walsh was the head of the building trades in Boston or in Massachusetts. And he was the president of the Laborers International Union North America, Local 223. Our Secretary of Labor, sir, has lived the apprenticeship system, as has our colleague, Mr. Norcross. So the idea that, you know, he doesn't know anything about it or he's inexperienced is so untrue. And I want to just say further how sad it is that this has become such a partisan issue. You know, when I was much younger, I served as a staff attorney for President Clinton's Labor Law Reform Commission. It was chaired by John Dunlop, a professor of economics at Harvard University, who was in his 80s then and has long since passed away. But he was the Secretary of Labor under Republican President Gerald Ford. And there used to be a kind of an ability to discuss issues between workers and businesses, between labor and management, that I hope we can get back to. Our apprenticeship program is the crown jewel of our workforce training system. The success rate is phenomenal. Here we have $1.7 trillion of student loan debt. And when you become an apprentice, you get the best training in your field. You earn while you learn. It's not just that you don't accumulate debt, you earn good money. And then you go on to get an incredible middle-class job that involves lifelong learning and the ability to travel anywhere in this country as the economy ebbs and flows in different regions. And it's just such a fantastic system. And the Secretary of Education, our Secretary of Labor is a real expert in it. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much. I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina, the ranking member, Dr. Fox, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to say that I support very much the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. It is unfortunate that there has become so much partisan debate about apprenticeships. We should not be steering taxpayer dollars totally to unions. We should be leaving open as many possibilities for apprenticeships as we possibly can. We think that people need to get on-the-job education, and no better place to do that than with employers. Mr. Levin talks about this being a goal, the union apprenticeships being the gold standard. The chairman talks about that. As I've pointed out in hearings before, a 64% completion rate in my class would have been an F. So it's not if that's the gold standard, then we have a problem when we're trying to push everybody into a union apprenticeship. We need to expand the opportunities for apprenticeships, and I think the gentleman's amendment from Virginia is very good in a step toward doing that. We need to do a lot more. We do not need to push everybody into being a union member. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to speak on the amendment.
Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, and I yield my time to Congressman Good.
Thank you, Congressman Miller. It's interesting that the previous majority speaker from Michigan said, when I said, hey, that Secretary Walsh and President Biden are career politicians. Neither has experience running a business. The first response is to say, oh, Secretary Walsh has worked in government and he's worked in a union shop. He's helped run a union. Government and unions, which are anathema to successful businesses in this country. It's amazing that that's what some think are the keys to a successful business, running a union and working in government. And then prior to that, we had the previous gentleman speaking from the majority standpoint saying, oh, this isn't broke. Let's not try to fix something that's not broken. This is working great. I would point to, I would like to see the proof or the evidence of any government program that we're funding under WIOA that truly is working and truly producing results, that you would invest your personal money in for the return that we're getting for those funds that are being invested. And I yield back to Ms. Miller. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? I recognize myself on the amendment. The registered apprenticeships are well known to be high-quality programs and nationally recognized. The credentials you get are nationally recognized, and you end up with a high-paying job. We don't have enough money to fund all of the people that want to get into registered apprenticeships for that high-quality program, so we should not divert money into unproven, lower-quality programs where the credentials are not nationally recognized, and you don't know what kind of salary you're going to end up with. It's certainly not as good as what you're going to get out of the nationally recognized registered apprenticeship programs. I would hope we'd defeat the amendment, and I yield back. Anyone else seek recognition? Does the gentlelady from New Mexico move to withdraw the point of order on this?
Withdraw my point. Withdraw the point of order.
And the previous point of order on the previous amendment?
Yes.
Without objection, those points of order are withdrawn. Question is on the good amendment number 088. All who favor the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
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 The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I think this good amendment has majority support, so we should have a recorded vote, sir.
We'll see about the support, but we'll have a recorded vote to be rolled as previously indicated. Are there other amendments? The gentlelady from Illinois?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, Miller 031 at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7309, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois, identifier MILLI_031.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you. My amendment strikes all reference to the left's radical, transgender, and racist agenda. There are already mechanisms in place to protect against discrimination of any kind, and Democrats know this. But they continue to use every opportunity to infuse race and gender into all aspects of life. Marking up this bill is yet another opportunity for Democrats to pander to their woke base. They now want to educate staff about gender and racial biases and promote gender ideology and CRT in our workforce development system. I won't stand for this woke agenda. With everything else going on in the world, this is what Democrats choose to focus on. And frankly, it's disgraceful. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Are we talking about Amendment 031?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I'm sorry?
She offered 30. No, she said 30. This is 30. You asked her what she spoke on?
The amendment 031 essentially says funds made available to carry out this act shall not be used to provide direct payment or reimbursement for any healthcare services. That's, did the clerk designate 031? Is that the amendment you were speaking? Is that the amendment you were speaking to?
Do you want us to, how do you want us to proceed? Would you like us to call up the other one?
Yeah, if the clerk will report the other amendment, and we'll speak to that one. I think that's the one she was speaking to.
Okay.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7309 offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois, identifier MILLIL_030.
Is there a point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Point of order is reserved. The amendment before us is 030. No, wait a minute, 03, the amendment before us now is 030. Essentially has the comments about national origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity, which is, I think, the one she was speaking to. We'll incorporate by reference the comments made on the amendment before us. Are there, does anyone wish to speak to Amendment 030? Gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, wish to speak to this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm almost at a loss for words at the incredulity that I feel with regard to the rhetoric that the gentlewoman from Illinois has advanced in favor of her amendment. References to a woke agenda or the notion that, quote unquote, the Democrats already know that there's enough protections with regard to race and gender identity and sexual orientation. I will say that in 2021, I believe, or 2020, a landmark decision was handed down on a 6-3 basis. That decision was authored by Justice Gorsuch, a Trump appointee. The 6-3 majority included the Chief Justice, neither of whom I consider to be avatars of a progressive woke agenda with regard to sexual orientation or gender identity. The Bostock decision, to which I'm referring, clearly laid out that Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act prohibited discrimination on account of sex, and that the ordinary meaning of the word sex would included a prohibition on any kind of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And furthermore, Justice Gorsuch was well aware of how novel this might appear to many, many people across the country, and goes at length throughout his decision to kind of push back on those who would be shocked by this. So it's so I would say to the gentlewoman, there are many, many people across the country who would have to kind of deal with, they would have to deal with the ramifications of this decision, that discriminating against gay people, discriminating against transgender people, violates the United States Constitution, violates the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And you know, it would stand to reason that when we authorize WIOA, we want to include provisions in WIOA which would help employers understand, the ramifications of this decision. This amendment proposed by the gentlewoman from Illinois would seek to strip out all references to sexual orientation and gender identity, while also removing various provisions that ensure that there's equity and services to historically underserved individuals throughout various provisions in the bill. It would also remove a requirement that federal training for staff at one-stop centers include trauma-informed approaches and gender and racial biases and unique safety challenges faced by survivors. By targeting LGBTQ individuals for removal from the definition of individuals with barriers to employment and removing them from the provision in the summer year-round employment program that employers should provide a safe work and training environment for all youth, this amendment is cruel and impairs WIOA services to LGBTQ individuals. And moreover, as I've tried to say, that it ignores a decision that's not coming from woke progressive agenda. It's coming from a United States Supreme Court decision that found that the Civil Rights Law, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibits discrimination against LGBT people. To add insult to injury, this amendment further strips out various provisions in the bill to address how historically underserved individuals fare in these programs. Historical discrimination in the labor market against marginalized groups, for example, racial, ethnic, or LGBTQ minorities, has resulted in persistent lower employment and earnings rates for these groups. So, Mr. Chairman, I vigorously and strenuously oppose this amendment. It's offensive, and it's not about. It is the amendment's proponent is who is extreme and radical here. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
This amendment removes.
5 minutes.
This amendment removes sexual orientation and gender identity from the list of individuals who have been historically underserved or marginalized under the definition of individuals with a barrier to employment. By removing communities that have experienced discrimination from the definition of individuals with barriers to employment, the Miller Amendment removes our effort to address inequity that persists in the workforce development system. Congress created the workforce development system to assist those who are marginally connected or not connected to the labor force to break out of the cycle of poverty and achieve long-term economic self-sufficiency. Historical discrimination in the labor market against marginalized groups, for example, racial, ethnic, or LGBTQ+ minorities, has resulted in persistently lower employment and earnings rates for these groups. The workforce system is one way to counteract and reverse these historical trends. However, the workforce system is not achieving this goal for many of these individuals. For example, while Black participants make up a disproportionate share of those served by WIOA Title I funds, the median earnings of Black participants who have exited the program are 78% of the earnings of white participants. This differential echoes the Black-white earnings gap and suggests that the workforce system could be doing more to fight employment discrimination as it interacts with employers. We also know that LGBTQ+ folks of color are among the most disadvantaged in the nation's workforce, at a significant risk of being unemployed. In fact, these workers have higher rates of unemployment when compared to non-LGBTQ+ workers of color. By updating the language on marginalized groups who have historically experienced employment discrimination to the definition of individuals with barriers to employment, we are encouraging the workforce system to address, through WIOA services, the root cause of the disparities these groups experience in their employment and earnings. This amendment is simply an attack on LGBTQ+ workers who face discrimination in employment and who seek opportunity through our nation's workforce system. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Miller Amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the Miller Amendment? Okay, we're considering Miller 030. All that the gentleman from New York withdraw the point, move to withdraw the point of order.
Withdrawn, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the point of order is withdrawn. All that favor the amendment 030 will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no.
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 Oh, we voting now.
The noes appear to have it.
Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and that will be rolled. We will, does the gentlelady from Illinois have another amendment?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment Miller 031 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7309, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois. Identifier MILLIL_031.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I cannot support legislation that lays the groundwork for federal dollars to be used to harm our most vulnerable, the unborn and our children. This bill includes a vague provision that allows taxpayer dollars to be used for health and mental health care support for eligible youth. In a normal world, this may be fine, but when Democrats call sex reassignment surgery and abortions health care, it illustrates how abnormal Democrats have become. While supporters of this bill will argue that funds aren't required to be spent on these activities, they can't guarantee that these funds won't open the door to support services or assistance for abortions or what they call gender-affirming care. And worse, if the Democrats got their wish and the Hyde Amendment was eliminated, I fear that this could create a backdoor to pay for abortions with federal dollars. The growing hostility toward the Hyde Amendment is alarming and means we need to be vigilant in our efforts to ensure program dollars authorized in this committee are not allowed to be used for abortions or abortion services. We should not force taxpayers to violate their morals or strongly held beliefs. My amendment ensures they won't. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and
Ladies,
speak in
recognized for
opposition
5
to the
minutes.
amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a distraction from the work we're trying to do today, which is to provide an equitable recovery and opportunity for economic advancement for all individuals and all communities. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and the Democratic amendment in the nature of a substitute reflect the input of stakeholders across the country who know what it takes to expand access to high-quality job training, career navigation services, and other critical services. The Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act has long provided for flexibility for local programs. The legislation allows for the provision of supportive services, such as assistance with transportation, childcare, dependent care, or housing services that are crucial to facilitating individuals' ability to participate in Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act funded programs. In fact, the legislation specifically provides that treatment of substance use disorder is a permissible supportive services under WIOA. I note that after more than 4 years of the opioid public health emergency and other challenges with addiction in our communities, we know that public health can be an important part of achieving economic security and mobility. In fact, the Bipartisan Support Act, which passed during the Trump administration, and in that bill, Congress provided authority and funding for the Department of Labor to carry out novel and innovative programs to foster recovery from opioid misuse through workforce development. The opioid epidemic and addiction still present a challenge to many who are seeking new skills and a career pathway. Fundamentally, the needs of individuals seeking job training are not always distinct from health needs. These programs should meet people where they are and facilitate full participation to achieve continued and sustained economic success. Updating and improving programs authorized through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, such as the bill we are considering today, will help lift up communities and help us achieve that goal.
That is why we're here today. Mr. Chairman, addiction is a disease, not a moral failing. This proposed amendment detracts from that and adds to the stigma that so many people dealing with addiction currently face. Let's reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
His time has expired. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois, 031. All that favor the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 Noes appear to have it.
Chairman, Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested, and the motion, the point of order is withdrawn.
No, when you,
Mr. Jones, did you withdraw the point of order?
Withdrawn,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there other amendments to the bill? Other amendments to the bill? If not, we will if there are no other amendments to the bill, we will suspend on that to consider the amendments at the end of the meeting and proceed to H.R. 7310, the retirement security. First reading of the bill, the clerk will designate the bill.
H.R. 7310 to protect America's retirement security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. And second reading, without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath, to offer an amendment in nature of a substitute. Does the gentlelady from Georgia have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Scott. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7310 offered by Mrs. McBath of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text and open for amendment at any point. The amendment in nature of substitute was distributed electronically in advance. I now recognize the gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. The amendment in the nature of a substitute includes just one small change to the underlying bill. It adds the year 2022 to the short title. I am pleased that the Education and Labor Committee is advancing my legislation, the Protecting America's Retirement Security Act of 2022. This common sense bill helps workers, it helps our families and employers, and includes meaningful improvements to our retirement system. I want to echo what you said, Chairman Scott, and highlight the leadership of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle who authored provisions in this bill. Representatives Susan Wild and Julia Letlow, they worked together and agreed that yes, something should be done to help workers better understand the fees that they're paying on their retirement investments. Representatives Teresa Ledger Fernandez and Victoria Sparks worked together and they agreed that yes, something should be done to boost financial literacy among all Americans, particularly recent college graduates. There are other meaningful contributions in this bill from Kathy Manning, Joe Courtney, Mark Pocan, Bonnie Watson Coleman, and French Hill. Thank each and every one of you. In the time that I have remaining, I want to focus on the bill's provisions that are establishing spousal protections in defined contribution plans, such as 401ks. These provisions were authored by Senator Patty Murray and Representative Lauren Underwood. Women, especially women of color, face significant inequities when it comes to saving for defined retirement, a very dignified and refined retirement. Women are paid 83% 83 cents for every dollar paid to their male counterparts. Women also shoulder a disproportionate share of caregiving responsibilities that can definitely result in them transitioning in and out of the workforce. These factors exacerbate the retirement savings gaps over women's careers, and that really helps to explain why women that are married, often rely on their spouse's retirement income and savings more than men do. Yet current law does not prohibit one spouse from withdrawing a 401k account balance when leaving a job or retiring without the consent of their spouse. According to a 2014 Government Accountability Office report, and I'm quoting, in a worst case scenario, the spouse who participates in the defined contribution plan could withdraw all of the assets and spend them in ways that do not provide for the couple's retirement security, end quote. Think about how devastating this must be for the unknowing spouse to discover that her retirement nest egg is evaporated. And making matters even worse, a spouse discovering this that this had actually occurred this would actually be no crime, or there actually be no violation to report. That's just simply awful. The only good news is that Congress, yes, we have been here before and we've done something about this already. In 1984, Congress came together and passed bipartisan legislation that included protections for spouses in traditional defined benefit pensions. President Reagan actually signed that into law. Since then, the retirement savings landscape has dramatically changed. Risks have shifted to workers, and workplace 401k plans have largely replaced traditional defined benefit plans. Congress must replicate what it did 40 years ago and take action to establish protections in defined contribution plans, such as 401ks. That's why we're here today. I urge my colleagues to join me in standing up for women who will be protected by this bill, and all those workers and employers who will also benefit from it. I urge each and every one of you to vote yes on this amendment in the nature of a substitute, a yes vote on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee Republicans are working to make the future of American workers and retirees more secure. Strengthening employer-sponsored retirement plans, especially defined benefit contribution plans like 401ks, is the best way to encourage workers to put money towards retirement savings voluntarily. This is precisely why I'm proud that the committee Republicans worked with our Democratic colleagues to draft the Bipartisan Retirement Improvement and Savings Enhancement Act, or RISE Act, which this committee passed in November. And just last week, the House passed the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2021 by an overwhelming majority, which included all the provisions of the RISE Act. It is unfortunate that the majority is choosing to go it alone with this bill today, when retirement policy has long been an area of bipartisan cooperation. H.R. 7310 is comprised of policies that miss the mark. This is exactly the kind of bill you get when you sacrifice substantive, full bipartisan collaboration. H.R. 7310 inflates the federal government's role in retirement plans at the expense of workers and retirees. The bill establishes new grant programs that expend taxpayer dollars on specific types of retirement plans. And the bill recklessly moves forward on the spousal consent policy, where there is already bipartisan agreement in the Senate that there should be additional study to understand fully their intended and unintended consequences. H.R. 7310 restricts access of workers and retirees to their savings during emergencies or times of hardship, and second guesses the decisions already made by workers. What the majority refuses to accept is that strengthening these plans is the best way to help retirees, not increasing the role of the federal government. The long-term financial health of workers and families alongside the future economic health of America should not be manipulated. Republicans are committed to making sure American retirees and workers alike can achieve the secure future that they deserve. Finally, we should be focused on ensuring that the RISE Act and the Securing a Strong Retirement Act advance in the Senate. Our work on passing a meaningful bipartisan retirement bill is not done until we fully get it over the line and signed into law. It's unfortunate that the majority has chosen to not prioritize the legislation we've already negotiated and instead push forward with H.R. 7310 while knowing full well there are bipartisan avenues that offer a more productive approach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, everyone deserves the opportunity to have a stable and secure retirement. The Protecting America Retirement Security Act would expand access to retirement accounts, make it easier to save for retirement, and ensure that those savings are protected so they are there when you need them. It opens the door to a dignified retirement for countless Americans. But we must also provide resources for our students to grow their financial literacy skills and better prepare for their financial future. We know that the earlier you understand and plan for your retirement, the better your retirement is going to be. Those dollars grow if you know what to do with them when you're young. So I am very glad to see mine and Congresswoman Spart's bipartisan bill, the Financial Fitness Act, included in this retirement package to help those students understand what they can do with their money now so they have it later in retirement. You know, the financial fitness name of the title came out of work that I had done with HomeWise, an affordable housing organization in New Mexico, where we required that all of the home ownership applicants go through a financial fitness. We wanted them to be strong when we talked about, are they ready for this mortgage? Are they ready for the future? Going through that financial fitness, which is a financial literacy program, made it possible for us to lend to what might have been considered high-risk individuals. And we didn't have a default less than 2%. Less than 2%. When people are equipped with the knowledge they need to address their finances, they do well. And so we are applying that same concept to our students so that they can understand what their future holds and prepare for it. The Bipartisan Financial Fitness Act would establish a personal finance education portal through the Department of Education that's publicly available. It would be available for you as soon as you got to college so you could think about, if I'm taking out loans, what is it going to be like to pay them back? What should I limit my loans to? How can I put away for retirement even while I'm in school? It would provide information on personal finance concepts such as budgeting, saving, and investing. It would explain those compound interest rates and what they mean. It will help students learn about managing the student loan repayment process, benefits, policies, and forgiveness. We need to remember that sometimes our students don't take advantage of all of the different financial programs that are available to them, and we want to make sure they do that. So as we rebuild our economy, which is going strong coming out of the pandemic, it's stronger than any others, we need to make sure that our students have the loans, students have what they need, that they are equipped to address their future. I urge my colleagues to support the retired Americans and the financial fitness and vote yes on the ANS. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady's time has expired. Are there others that seek recognition? If not, there being no further discussion on the amendment nature of a substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7310 offered by Ms. Harshbarger of Tennessee, identifier H 7310_AMD_01.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of her amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strikes Section 4 of the bill and replaces it with the requirement that the Independent Government Accountability Office conduct a needed study on the effects of applying spousal consent requirements to 401k plans for participants and plan sponsors. Before considering any legislation, the committee first should make a determination about whether the proposal is actually needed, and then should always carefully study the pending legislation to determine whether it will be adequately and positively address the issues it claims to address. Section 4 of HR 7310 creates a new spousal consent requirement for nearly all distributions from individual account retirement plans such as 401ks. Under Section 4, spousal consent must be in writing and witnessed in person by a plan representative or notary public. I appreciate the intentions of my Democratic colleague from Georgia and the goal of protecting the retirement security of spouses. However, this provision is a significant departure from current law's requirements on withdrawing funds from an individual retirement plan. We are lacking information on the misuse of retirement funds or in need of independent research to determine how Section 4 would affect retirement savers. It's unclear how often spouses use 401k assets for non-retirement expenses without the knowledge of the other spouse. There are situations when requiring spousal consent would be impossible, inappropriate, or unnecessary. More research on the topic is needed, and my amendment follows the lead of our Senate colleagues. Last month, Senator Patty Murray, chair of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, the Senate sponsor of the Women's Retirement Protection Act, recognized this lack of data by joining with ranking member Senator Richard Burr in sending a bipartisan request to the GAO office for an examination of the need for spousal protections in defined contribution retirement plans. Given this recent development, passing Section 4 without more information would be premature. The committee should not legislate in the dark. This amendment will shed much needed light on a far-reaching issue that has received proper examination. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I also ask unanimous consent to insert the committee record of a copy of the March 24th, 2022 press release and the bipartisan letter from Senators Murray and Burr requesting the GAO examine the need of the additional spousal protections for 401k retirement assets. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment? Gentlelady from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I appreciate that. I moved to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
First off, I appreciate the bipartisan GAO request that's been made by the Senate Health Committee. Senator Murray and her staff are champions on this issue, and they, along with Senator Burr and his staff, should be commended for their efforts. Their GAO report should go a long way towards shining additional light on the problem and better informing the public about the scope of it. But as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the problem itself has been well established. That's why Congress should not delay acting upon it. Spouses, particularly women and homemakers across the country, are simply counting on us. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not, the point of order be withdrawn. Without objection, the point of order is withdrawn.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee. All in favor of the amendment will say aye. All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
No?
No.
No.
Noes appear to have it.
My phone, I must have missed real quick.
The noes appear to
Mr.
have it.
Chairman,
The gentlelady from Tennessee.
yes, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested, and that'll take place at the end as previously indicated. The next amendment Does someone else have an amendment? Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Chairman, I have Amendment Wahlberg H7310, Amendment 4 at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7310 offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier H7310_AMD_04.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
I thank the chairman. HR 7310 directs Department of Labor to establish an employee ownership and participation initiative to promote employee ownership and employee participation in business decision-making. In carrying out the initiative, the Secretary of Labor is authorized to distribute taxpayer-funded grants to existing state programs and new programs sponsored by states or other organizations. I appreciate my colleagues' attention to employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs, in this bill. Employee-owned companies are a vital piece of the American business fabric and has a history of bipartisan support. In fact, last week, the House passed the Securing a Strong Retirement Act, which included a provision simplifying the way small businesses offer stock ownership to employees, including tax incentives for small employer ESOPs. Unfortunately, I'm concerned that HR 7310 is taking the wrong approach in how it seeks to foster employee ownership. The bill would put taxpayers on the hook for programs that many states are already sponsoring to promote employee ownership. HR 7310's language is also broad, and it's unclear whether the new grant program would allow funds to be distributed to organizations that are not dedicated to ESOPs. Rather than authorize more government spending, the committee can foster employee ownership by curbing Department of Labor's overly aggressive and excessive litigation against ESOPs, which have been undermining ESOPs for years. DOL has released very little guidance on substantive issues of ESOPs, including their valuation. This makes it difficult for ESOP companies to make business decisions and to find someone willing to serve as a plan fiduciary. DOL has also employed counterproductive enforcement tactics, including taking inconsistent positions on legal issues. My concern is that without addressing the Department of Labor's destabilizing enforcement tactics, any good intention my colleagues seek to promote with the underlying bill will be for naught. To advance employee ownership, my amendment directs ERISA, Advisory Council, the EAC, to complete a review of the department's ESOP litigation program and the history of Department of Labor's approach to resolving ESOP litigation. Upon completion of the review, the Secretary of Labor must report the results to Congress. The EAC, which consists of representatives of employee organizations, employers, the general public, the industry experts, advises the Secretary of Labor and submits recommendations regarding the Secretary's functions under ERISA. The EAC has yet to tackle the important issue of Department of Labor's ESOP litigation program. My amendment is an important first step to addressing the challenges facing ESOPs and the promotion of employee ownership. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to Mr. Wahlberg's amendment, and again, just want to sort of step back.
Last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I just want to step back for a minute and talk about the forensics, the origin of this language that's in the bill, which again, I salute Congresswoman McBath for her leadership on the overall legislation. But the provision we're talking about actually incorporated a bill that I introduced, a bipartisan bill, HR 6024, which is called the Work Act, which is a bill, there's a bipartisan companion bill in the Senate that is identical to the language that now is Section 6 in the McBath bill. And it is about as benign a measure as you could possibly imagine. It recognizes that, today there are roughly about 10.6 million employee-owned businesses in the US that are ESOPs. And but we do have a tsunami of small business owners who are hitting baby boomer age, who don't know much about the process of converting from a solely owned proprietorship or a small business corporation into an ESOP. So what the bill seeks to do, and again, it was written with consultation with the ESOP Association, which is the nation's largest organization representing, again, thousands of ESOPs around the country, to set up an education and advising process so that companies can take that, can learn about ways that they can transition ownership, a sort of a succession plan into the ESOP format, which again, Mr. Wahlberg is absolutely correct. ESOPs are a tremendously successful model. It gets high marks for empowering workers who become owners because of equity ownership. And it gets even higher marks in terms of retirement security because the investment of ESOPs actually outperforms 401ks by a very large margin. So again, the bill that is before us, the Section 6 in the McBath bill is really just an attempt to sort of spread the word using the Department of Labor, very modest. I mean, almost a zero expenditure. We're talking about an annual conference and basically getting material out through the Department of Labor to states so that businesses who, again, are hitting this sort of tipping point about transitioning ownership are going to have this as an option. And the fact is once people learn about the benefits of ESOP, there's a big uptake in terms of people using it as a way of growing their businesses and keeping them local, by the way. I mean, because it by inherently retains local ownership when you convert to an ESOP. So, Tim's amendment, I mean, respectfully kind of guts the whole provision and turns it into a totally separate measure in terms of dealing with issues at the Department of Labor, which frankly, I think, we could have a whole separate process of hearings and intake in terms of trying to get our arms around that issue. What I would urge members to do is to vote no on this amendment, to move forward, again, with the bipartisan path that it proposes, the underlying bill proposes, and has been endorsed by ESOP's largest trade organization in the US, and really empower people, both in terms of knowing what their options are in terms of using ESOPs, and for those who go that route, empowering the workers who become equity owners in their business and strengthen their own economic and retirement security. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
point of order is withdrawn, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg. All who favor the amendment will say aye. Aye. All opposed will vote no.
No.
Noes appear to have it. Recorded vote is requested, and they'll be rolled at the end as previously indicated. Does anyone else have an amendment? The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment, Fitzgerald, 7310, at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7310 offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin, identifier H7310_AMD_02.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is observed, and the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized for 5 minutes on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I found a mistake or maybe an oversight in the bill. I'm going to help you out with this amendment here. The amendment strikes Section 5 of the bill, which requires retirement plans to re-enroll participants who have already affirmatively opted out of contributing to the plan. Section 5 forces individuals who have already affirmatively opted out of participating in the retirement plan back into the plan unless they affirmatively opt out again every 3 years. Last month, Congress passed the Securing a Strong Retirement Act, SSRA, which already includes a provision that, for the first time, would require all new retirement plans to enroll workers automatically. I'm concerned that H.R. 7310, new automatic re-enrollment requirement, would disregard worker affirmation decisions not to participate, a more paternalistic approach. While I support the objective of more people participating in the employer-sponsored retirement plans and saving for the future, that should be an individual's decision to make on their own. If a worker has already taken a proactive step to unenroll from a plan, that decision should be respected. Employers may encourage participation in the plan after the employee has opted out. Under SSRA, employers may offer small financial incentives to employees to encourage them to enroll in the retirement plan. I'd be happy to work with my colleagues on another approach to this, but in the meantime, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and respect the decisions of workers, and I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and oppose the Fitzgerald amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last
I
word.
want to start by expressing, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by expressing my strong support of the Protecting America's Retirement Security Act. This legislation, introduced by Ms. McBath, will make critical and common sense improvement to our nation's retirement system for workers, families, and employers. Currently, nearly half of all private sector workers do not participate in employer-sponsored retirement plans. Those who have access to employer-sponsored plans but choose not to participate often leave valuable employer matching contributions on the table, which could have a large impact on their retirement savings. We know that many companies have adopted automatic enrollment plans as a means of encouraging those with access to employer-sponsored plans to participate, because we have an interest in encouraging people to save for their retirement. By the Treasury in the late 1990s, auto enrollment has significantly boosted participation by eligible employees across the board, particularly for lower wage workers and younger employees and workers of color. And despite the success of auto enrollment plans, participants who initially opt out at the start of their employment or who decline to participate prior to their employment, adopting an auto enrollment feature, are unlikely to go back and reconsider their decision later in career, even as their financial positions change. My bill, which is included, which was just referenced by Mr. Fitzpatrick, will allow workers to reconsider whether participating in their employer-sponsored plan, to determine whether this is the right decision for them. And we suggest doing this by directing plans to re-enroll eligible employees once every 3 years. Under my bill, individuals would have the option to continue to opt out should they decide to do so. Now, contrary to Mr. Fitzgerald's assertion, this was not an error. This language is quite deliberate because many workers, particularly those who are just starting their careers, those who don't have the financial ability early on, when they originally opt out, may never think about re-enrolling again. It simply slips their minds. And when that happens, they lose out on building their retirement savings and the benefits of compounding interest. So my common sense bill, which I am delighted is included in Representative McBath's Protecting America's Retirement Security Act, simply gives those workers additional chances to participate in the workforce retirement plan. And they still have the right to opt out if they choose to do so. My bill also includes provisions to make it easier for plans to administer automatic re-enrollment. So I therefore oppose the amendment. I urge a no vote and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? Anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? If not,
Mr. Chair, I've withdrawn my point of order.
point of order is withdrawn. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald. All who favor the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for the yeas and nays?
The yeas and nays are requested. That, are there other amendments to the bill? Are there any other amendments to the bill? If not, at this point, I don't think we'll be able to get through all the votes before the votes are called on the floor. So we will recess until shortly after the last vote is called. We'll reconvene immediately. No, we gotta get everybody together. That we will reconvene immediately after the last vote is called and proceed with the roll call votes. Without objection, the committee is in recess.
Federica. Wilson. Federica.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Committee will come to order. Committee will come to order. When we recessed, the pending business were the roll call votes. We'll now begin voting on the postponed amendments offered to HR 7309. I'll remind members to state your name before you cast your votes. The first amendment is the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks. Substitute, it's an amendment nature of a substitute. Substitute authorizes WIO for 6 years at half the funding level of the Democratic ANS, expands employer discretion over federal uses of training funds, modifies the disciplinary criteria for the Job Corps program, codifies a reentry program with a matching fund requirement on grantees, and removes registered apprenticeship for youth build. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva. Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney's no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
No. Sablon,
So Anyway, I just.
Votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano? Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Desaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin?
Levin's no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar?
Ms. Omar votes no.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
Stevens votes no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones? Ms. Manning?
No.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
No.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriffless McCormick?
Sheriffless McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriffless McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro? Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume? Mr. Mfume? Ranking Member Fox?
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
Change that. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good?
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mrs. Sparts?
Yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Steele?
Still votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow?
Letlow votes aye.
Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs?
Jacobs aye.
Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Jones?
No. Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Castro? Mr. Castro. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Mfume. Mr. Comer.
Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Mr. Comer.
Yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. And Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
How's Mr. Norcross recorded?
Mr. Norcross is not recorded, sir.
Does Mr. Norcross wish to vote? Yes, Mr. Norcross. Could you read the names of those who haven't voted one more time?
Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. And Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
How is Mr. Castro recorded?
Mr. Castro is not recorded, sir.
Chairman, how are you recorded, Chair?
No.
I'll vote no.
Mr. Castro votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Miller Meeks A&S, there are 20 ayes and 29 noes.
20 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is good. 087 requires all participants and institutions receiving WIO funds to implement E-Verify. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Scott, no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney's no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Sablon votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar? Ms. Omar?
No, Ms. Omar votes no.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
Stevens is no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Jeff Hernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning?
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Van votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick?
Sheriff McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
O'Can votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat is a no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Mvume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox?
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman?
Aye.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen? Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer?
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good?
Yes.
Mr. Good votes aye. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks?
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Takano?
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes yes.
Mr.
Aye.
Allen votes yes. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? And Mr. Cawthorn?
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the good amendment, there are 21 ayes and 29 noes.
21 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is the other good amendment, Good 088, strikes the definition of apprenticeship program in the Democratic ANS, strikes registered apprenticeships in WIO from the eligible training provider list. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Scott, no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon, no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
No.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Jones.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick.
Sherfilis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
And votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Yeah, votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman.
Get the American flag.
Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer.
Comer votes yes.
Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
Aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller votes yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. And Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
How is Mr. Takano recorded?
Mr. Takano is not recorded, sir.
Mr. Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no.
Ask out Fitzgerald.
How's Mr. Fitzgerald recorded?
Fitzgerald votes aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye.
Clerk report.
For the good amendment, there are 21 ayes and 28 noes.
21 ayes, 28 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Miller 030, modifies the ANS by striking sexual orientation and gender identity in the definition of individuals with barriers to employment and in the summer year-round employment program, removing professional development for providers and local boards to ensure such training addresses equitable access and service delivery for individuals who have been historically underserved, and striking technical assistance and training to one-stop staff centers on trauma-informed approaches, gender and racial biases, and unique safety challenges faced by survivors. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
No.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney is no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin.
Sorry, no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
Nope.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones is a no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Mervan votes no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick?
Sheriff McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sherfilis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
No.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Yeah, votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Mr. Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox?
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good?
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Hirschberger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller?
Miller, yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts?
Sparts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks? And Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn?
Clerk will report.
For the Miller _030 amendment, there are 20 ayes and 29 noes.
20 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment is Miller 031, prohibits WIO funds from being used to reimburse healthcare services. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott?
Scott, no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva? Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney?
Courtney, no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon?
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson?
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Kano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier?
Desaulnier votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
Mrs. McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
Levin, no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
No.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
No.
Mr. Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Cheryl.
Who was harassing people.
Ms. Cheryl.
Excuse me, somebody needs to mute.
My friend, Congressman.
Somebody needs to mute.
Who had to have a
Kathy,
rabies
Kathy,
shot
you're
and a tetanus
unmuted.
shot.
Kathy,
Kathy
you're
Well,
unmuted.
I have good news.
Somebody needs to
Thanks,
mute.
Dr. Police, that fox will not be bothering anyone.
Would,
any
if,
longer. To answer a question
if-
from a constituent, no. that
Kathy
is
Manning,
not
you
in
need
North
to mute.
Carolina.
I would, Ms.
Just another
Manning,
truth-
Ms. Manning, do you need to mute?
Capitol Hill.
I would point out that there was a report that a little fox has been running around. They were not referring to the ranking member.
It's a
I have it
major
on the
public
best
policy
authority, it
question,
was a
Mr.
red fox, not a gray fox.
The clerk will proceed.
We've had about all the levity standards.
Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat is a no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes yes.
Ms. Stefanik votes yes. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Hang on, let me see.
Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mr. Owens.
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Hirschberger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Votes yes.
Mrs. Steele votes yes. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes yes. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes yes. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. And Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk report.
For the Miller _031 amendment, there are 21 ayes and 29 noes.
21 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes
No.
have. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in nature of substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak to the bill, I will now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 7309 to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and that the bill as amended be passed.
Second.
The question now occurs on reporting HR 7309 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes.
Would we have a recorded vote,
Recorded
Mr.
vote is
Chairman, please?
requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Scott votes aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
LeBlanc votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Desaulnier.
Saunier votes aye.
Mr. Desaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Morelli.
How did the chairman vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes aye.
Ms. Wild votes aye. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar. Ms. Omar.
Omar votes aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is an aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Jones votes aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
No, it hit the floor.
Manning votes aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
No, it hit the floor.
Mr. Mervan.
No.
Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Ms. Sheriff McCormick.
Sherphyllis McCormick votes aye.
Ms. Sherphyllis McCormick votes aye. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes aye.
Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Castro.
Aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ranking Member Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
No.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
Owens no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller, no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparks.
Bartz, no.
Mrs. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald.
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Mervan.
Mr. Mervan votes yes.
Mr. Mervan votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk will report.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this motion, there are 29 ayes and 21 noes.
21 ayes, 21 noes. The motion is agreed to. HR 7309 is ordered reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes for the record that a quorum is present, and I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now begin postponed votes on amendments offered to HR 7310. Remind all members to state your name before you cast your vote. Amendments are voted on in the order in which they were offered, and we will begin with the Harshbarger Amendment, Amendment 01, which strikes section increasing spousal protections in defined contribution plans and instead inserts a GAO report studying the issue. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano?
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams?
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Desaulnier?
Sonia votes no.
Mr. Desaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli?
Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes?
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar?
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens?
No, Stevens is no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones?
Jones votes no.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning?
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan?
Mervan votes
Mr.
no.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick?
Sheriff McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan?
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro?
Castro votes no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mpume?
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mpume votes no. Ranking Member Fox?
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson?
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg?
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Ms. Stefanik?
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks?
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer? Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Owens aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good?
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger?
Harshbarger votes aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks?
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn? Mr. Cawthorn? Mrs. Steele?
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs? Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher? And Mr. Cawthorn?
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Harshbarger Amendment, there are 21 ayes and 29 noes.
21 ayes, 29 noes. The motion is not agreed to. Next amendment is the Wahlberg Amendment 04. Strikes authorized funding for the Employee Ownership and Participation Initiative. Also specifies that labor unions and worker centers may not receive funds. Strikes the provision related to annual conferences. Also directs the ERISA Advisory Council to review the Labor Department's employee stock ownership plan appraisal enforcement program. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Scott, no.
Chairman Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Sonia votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild is a no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
Nope.
Mr. Levin votes no. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is a no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez is a no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
No.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro votes no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mfume is a no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes yes.
Ms. Stefanik votes yes. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparts, yes.
Mrs. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. and Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Wahlberg Amendment, there are 21 ayes and 29 noes.
21 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. And the Fitzgerald Amendment 02 is the next amendment, strikes automatic re-enrollment section. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Scott.
Scott, no.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, no.
Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson votes no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes no.
Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes no.
Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Saunier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli votes no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild votes no. Mrs. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Mrs. McBath votes no. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes no.
Mrs. Hayes votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Omar. Ms. Omar.
No.
Ms. Omar votes no. Ms. Stevens.
Stevens is no.
Ms. Stevens votes no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Ledger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes no.
Ms. Manning votes no. Mr. Mervan.
No.
Mr. Mervan votes no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman votes no. Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick.
Ms. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no.
Mrs. Sheriff-Phyllis McCormick votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes no.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Castro.
Castro votes no.
Mr. Castro votes no. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes aye.
Ranking Member Fox votes aye. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes aye.
Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes aye.
Mr. Thompson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Mr. Banks votes yes. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes yes. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes yes. Mrs. Miller Meeks.
Yes.
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes yes. Mr. Owens.
Owens, yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes. Mr. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Good votes yes. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes yes. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes yes.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes yes. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mrs. Sparks.
Sparks, yes.
Mrs. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn, Mrs. Steele,
Steele votes aye.
Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Letlow, Ms. Letlow votes aye. Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Jones,
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Mr. Allen,
Mr. Allen votes aye.
Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Fulcher and Mr. Cawthorn.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, for the Fitzgerald Amendment, there are 21 ayes and 29 noes.
21 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute the question now occurs on the amendment in nature of a substitute. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in nature of a substitute is agreed to. There being no other members to speak to the bill, I now entertain a motion to report the bill and recognize the distinguished gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on Education and Labor report the bill HR 7310, the Protecting America's Retirement Security Act, to the House of Representatives with an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill as amended to pass.
The question now occurs on reporting HR 7310 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Chair, let's have a recorded vote,
the
please.
recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Scott.
Aye.
Chairman Scott votes aye. Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Courtney.
Courtney, aye.
Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Sablon.
Sablon votes aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Ms. Wilson.
Ms. Wilson votes aye.
Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes aye.
Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Takano.
Takano votes aye.
Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Adams.
Adams votes aye.
Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Saunier votes aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
You're good, right?
Morelli votes aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes yes.
Ms. Wild votes yes. Mrs. McBath.
Macbeth votes aye.
Mrs. McBath votes aye. Mrs. Hayes.
Hayes votes aye.
Mrs. Hayes votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Ms. Omar.
Aye.
Ms. Omar votes aye. Ms. Stevens.
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Stevens votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Manning.
Manning votes aye.
Ms. Manning votes aye. Mr. Mervan.
Van votes aye.
Mr. Mervan votes aye. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes aye.
Mr. Bowman votes aye. Mrs. Sheriff McCormick.
Sherflis McCormick votes aye.
Mrs. Sherflis McCormick votes aye. Mr. Pocan.
Pocan votes aye.
Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Castro.
Castro votes aye.
Mr. Castro votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
Espaillat votes aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Mfume.
Mr. Mfume votes aye.
Mr. Mfume votes aye. Ranking Member Fox.
Fox votes no.
Ranking Member Fox votes no. Mr. Wilson.
Joe Wilson votes no.
Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Thompson.
Thompson votes no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Stefanik votes no.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Allen.
Allen votes no.
Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Banks.
Banks votes no.
Mr. Banks votes no. Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes no. Mr. Owens.
Owens, no.
Mr. Owens votes no. Mr. Good.
No.
Mr. Good votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger votes no.
Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller.
Miller is no.
Mrs. Miller votes no. Mrs. Sparts.
Sparks is no.
Mrs. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Cawthorn. Mr. Cawthorn. Mrs. Steele.
Steele votes no.
Mrs. Steele votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Fulcher. And Mr. Cawthorn.
Think so. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, for the motion to report HR 7310 as amended, there are 29 ayes and 21 noes.
29 ayes, 21 noes. The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. HR 7310 is ordered, reported to the House of Representatives. Chair notes the quorum for the record. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill as amended pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L. I give notice to all members that they have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. And without objection, any members who wish to insert materials into the record on either bill may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day. And if there is no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.